Okay.
Dick.
If you're able to, if you would just talk a little bit about.
State. This is not a prosecution of the police. It's a prosecution of the defendant. And there's nothing worse for good police than a bad police. This was not policing. He betrayed.
The committee will come to order. I note that a quorum is present. Before we get to our business today, I'd like to welcome to our House Agriculture Committee our newest member, our newest colleague in Congress, Miss Julia Letlow, from the great state of Louisiana. We are so glad to welcome you to this committee. We followed your campaign. Congratulations. It was a very good victory. And we look forward to working with you. So, Ms. Letlow, welcome. Let's give her another hand, won't you? I now yield to the ranking member for any welcoming comments he'd like to make to Ms. Letlow.
Well, Chairman, just let me add to add to your welcome remarks. Julia, we're just so proud and honored to have you here on the Agriculture Committee in the 117th Congress. We're proud that you're bringing your voice and your vote to representing rural America agriculture and, quite frankly, the Louisiana 5th Congressional District. And so congratulations and welcome aboard.
Thank you, Ranking Member, for your comments. Now to the business at hand. Each member has been provided a copy of the material on our agenda today. And so today we are here to consider the committee's budget views and estimates for fiscal year 2022 as required by the Congressional Budget Act and in compliance with our House rules. I was pleased to have worked with our ranking member on this in formulating the draft views and estimates letter that you have before you today. Ladies and gentlemen, given the robust and complex challenges that we are faced with in agriculture today, it is our firm view that no budget reductions are warranted within our jurisdiction. Additionally, targeted and timely investments will likely be necessary to rebound from the COVID-19 pandemic and our economic recession and to address some of our future challenges. 1 year ago, our farmers and ranchers faced a hopefully once-in-a-lifetime pandemic, which upended business as usual, created historic levels of hungry families and children across our great country. Today, we are left with disrupted supply chains, turbulent agricultural markets, while far too many Americans still don't know where their next meal is coming from. Congress must keep the promises made through our 2018 Farm Bill, the covered provisions of the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021, and our American Rescue Plan Act. We must also continue to proactively assess and address the continued impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and the underlying access and equity issues that have made these impacts worse. To that end, our committee will continue our thorough oversight and monitor the authorities within our jurisdiction, including oversight of USDA's implementation of our 2018 Farm Bill, as well as the ongoing activities of the Commodities Futures Trading Commission. Thank you, and now I yield to our distinguished Ranking Member Thompson for any remarks he would like to make.
Sure, absolutely, Chairman Scott. Thank you for working with the minority and crafting the budget views and estimates letter. Letter before us today is a fair reflection of the bipartisan views of this committee and highlights areas of importance within our jurisdiction. The overarching theme of the letter is to defend the great work done in crafting the 2018 Farm Bill, ensuring the programs that were carefully negotiated continue to meet the needs of farmers, ranchers, and rural America. Thank you again for the bipartisan collaboration, and I would urge its approval.
Thank you. The first order of business today is to adopt the committee's budget views and estimates letter that was prepared in consultation with our ranking member, Mr. Thompson, and must be submitted to the Budget Committee pursuant to the Congressional Budget Act and House rules. I now recognize the ranking member for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee approve the letter regarding its views and estimates so that it may be forwarded to the Budget Committee.
Now, that is a debatable motion. Does any member wish to discuss the letter? Hearing none, I now recognize the gentlewoman from, oh, we go first. For 5 minutes. Thank you, Ashley. What a great staff I have. Pulls me out when I need help. Hearing no further discussions, the question is on the motion offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania to approve the letter. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify.
Aye.
Oh, wonderful. Glad to hear everybody. Wonderful. Everybody's on it this morning. All those who oppose signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the letter is approved. Now, does any member wish to file any supplement, minority, or additional views to the letter that will be transmitted to the Budget Committee? All right, hearing none, now we will move directly now into our, if any member may wish to submit any views to the council's office, room 1407 by 12 p.m. on April 23rd. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to deal with one of the most important issues that our nation is faced with. And that is bringing rural broadband internet connections to everyone, including our rural communities. And I want to make it clear how important this is. And this is a number one issue facing our committee. And I honestly believe that we are up to the task of getting it done now. Our rural communities have waited long enough. We want to be that galvanizing force to say, let's do it now without delay. Ladies and gentlemen, 24 million of our American citizens, 24 million in our rural communities have no access to the internet at a time when it is critical. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you another reason why this is so dear and important to me. I was born in a rural area, grew up there on my grandparents' farm, back in the day when we had no running water. But the urban cities had running water. All we had to do, we had to get it out the well or get it out of the pump for everything. I was there when we had no electricity. We had the kerosene lamps. When in the cities and the urban areas, they had electricity. Television was coming in. They could have the TV, radio, all of that. We in the rural areas do not. We are in that same situation now because our rural communities don't have access to the internet. And I am telling you, we have talented and gifted members on this committee, both Democrats and Republicans, who have talked to me. We have shared our passion, and I am convinced that we here in the House Agriculture Committee can be the vanguard to now pass the money we need, get it out there in our communities now. To help us solve this issue, we have assembled expert witnesses to come and tell us how we can do it now. They are experts in constructing and maintaining broadband networks in rural areas. And as I said, we are blessed to have the talented members of Congress. I can't think of no committee that has more talent on it than ours. We can do the job because we are committed to do it. But in our rural areas where they have no internet, there's no telemedicine. There's no rural health care in there. And what health care they have is at a disadvantage without the technology and the internet. Students in our schools in the rural areas are at a disadvantage without access to broadband. And ladies and gentlemen, this is where our wonderful world of agriculture produces the food we need, the clothing we need, our shelter for timber all the basic necessities is done in the rural areas. And if we are not able to get our farmers technologically up to date, we will gradually, and maybe even quicker than gradually, fall behind our current position, which we're hanging on by our fingernails, as being number one in the world in agriculture. We won't be able to keep this much longer if we don't put internet connections into our rural communities. Let me just tell you, the benefits of what we call precision agriculture technologies that our farmers use, they've got to have the access to the broadband to do it. Our fight for climate change. Our farmers are moving with no-till farming, cover crops, but they're also moving into an arena now where a plethora of carbon markets are being established. We won't be able to manifest our movements into climate change if our rural communities do not have that. For more accurate planning, pest and nutrient management, for harvesting, for identifying new markets to sell their farm crops. And so this meeting is designed to help me and our ranking member Thompson, as well as those of you on this committee, to find out what we can do and what we must do. We can do it, gang. We're here in the right place at the right time to be the leaders in Congress to finally make sure that everybody in our nation, including these 24 million in the rural communities, finally have rural broadband internet connections. And now I certainly yield now to my distinguished ranking member for any remarks he'd like to make.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, for years, the digital divide has left many Americans unable to access reliable, high-speed internet service with sufficient bandwidth to support all of the different programs or needs that we know that we have out there, from precision agriculture and to healthcare, to education, to commerce. And it's resulted in lost opportunities to expand businesses, to learn new skills, or even participate in daily activities. Now, I see this cost and frustration every day. I'm fortunate to live in the service territory of a rural electric cooperative which offers quality internet service to my home. But just a few miles away, my neighbors are on the wrong side of the digital divide. I represent 14 counties in rural Pennsylvania, and I can tell you it is like this all across my district, with digital haves and have-nots. Just down the road from one another is a checkerboard of connectivity. In the height of the pandemic, I heard one too many homeschooling horror stories that were a result of not having reliable access to the internet. A number of families were driving to the local library, sitting in the parking lot, and hoping to connect with the public Wi-Fi within that building in hopes of completing assignments. COVID-19 laid bare the urgency of rural broadband, but the connectivity struggles in rural communities predate this pandemic, and they will not ease as we return to normal. As more of American life is being put online, more of it is being put out of reach of Americans without high-speed internet access with sufficient broadband width, and those without are falling further behind. Despite years of effort and billions of dollars spent, too many communities are being left behind, and that's why today's hearing is so important. But broadband is not just needed in our homes, it's desperately needed on our farms as well. The demands of a 21st century farm economy depends on reliable connectivity. This committee has done tremendous work on a bipartisan basis to address the digital divide, most recently with the broadband provisions in the 2018 Farm Bill. Those changes reflected 2 years of work to develop policies and design programs which meet the unique challenges of rural communities. Unfortunately, those policies and programs are languishing. Changes, improvements championed by the members of this committee regarding eligible areas, long-term network viability, assistance for our most rural communities, program integrity, and more remain unfunded and unimplemented more than 2 years after they were signed into law. Now, this is unacceptable, and it should be unacceptable to every member of this committee. We simply cannot do that if our best ideas are discarded. So, Mr. Chairman, today I'm going to renew my request to the Appropriations Committee to move past the Reconnect pilot program and finally fund the programs which we wrote together in the last Farm Bill. Reconnect has served its purpose as a pilot program, and now it's time to deliver on policies and programs that we promised the American people 2 years ago. Now, I look forward to working with you as we engage our colleagues to tell the story of the 2018 Farm Bill and the improvements that we made. Now, we have a great panel of witnesses today who understand the challenges and the complexity of operating rural broadband networks, bringing innovative solutions to life, and most importantly, serving their communities. So welcome Ms. Prather, Mr. Johnson, Ms. Robinson, and Dr. Park. Each of you has a remarkable story to tell of your work on behalf of rural communities across the country. And thank you for spending your time with us today, and I certainly look forward to your testimony. You know, Mr. Chairman, 100 years ago, if the electrification of rural America was done with the same piecemeal and silos that we experience today in our work with broadband, I fear that many communities would still be in the dark.
Yeah.
So I'd like to close on a personal note, Mr. Chairman. There was a lot of frustration on this side of the dais during the reconciliation markup, but you committed then to making broadband a priority and making it bipartisan, and we are here today making it bipartisan and a priority. So thank you for being true to your word. Look forward to working with you and Chairman Delgado, Ranking Member Fishbach, and all of our members as we strengthen the case for the broadband investments needed in rural America and our rural communities. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Yes, thank you, Ranking Member Thompson. Appreciate that. The chair now would request that other members submit their opening statements for the record so our witnesses may begin their testimony now. We have such a distinguished panelists here, and I would just want to take a few minutes to tell you about them. First, I'm pleased to welcome our first witness, Ms. Jennifer Prather. Ms. Prather is the Vice President and General Manager of Totelcom Communications, a rural broadband and telecommunications company headquartered in De Leon, Texas. Totelcom Communications is a community-based provider that employs fiber, wireless, and traditional copper-based facilities to deliver quality broadband to its customers. To introduce our second witness, I'm pleased to yield to our distinguished colleague, the gentleman from New York and the chairman of our subcommittee on commodities, exchanges, energy, and credit, Congressman Antonio Delgado. You're now recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Thompson. It's my privilege to introduce our next witness and my constituent, Tim Johnson. Mr. Johnson is the CEO of OE Connect, LLC, and Otsego Electric Cooperative. Now, Tim and I have had many conversations back home in the district, both in person and virtually of late. about the critically important work of Otsego Electric Cooperative. He's a true leader in our community and has extensive knowledge about rural broadband access and affordability. Otsego Electric Cooperative provides broadband service to the thousands of households in the most rural and underserved parts of upstate New York. The cooperative is located within the community it serves and understands that broadband access empowers all rural communities. The cooperative also understands that rural broadband access and affordability go hand in hand and has made these services available at a fair price. The COVID-19 pandemic has made it even more clear that having reliable internet connection is a necessity. And Otsego Electric Cooperative has worked tirelessly to expand broadband access, making sure healthcare workers had service, helping students attend remote learning, and ensuring small businesses can enter the e-commerce marketplace. I am proud that New York 19 is represented here today by Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, I look forward to hearing your testimony and learning more about how Congress can best support you in making sure that rural areas have equitable access to broadband. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to introduce our third witness, I would like to yield to Congresswoman Kim Schweier, our distinguished colleague from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am delighted to introduce Vicki Robinson, the General Manager of Microsoft's Global Airband Initiative, as one of our witnesses this morning. Ms. Robinson joined Microsoft in January of 2018 after nearly 2 decades in the service of the FCC in multiple leadership roles. At Microsoft, Ms. Robinson leads the Airband Initiative, which aims to close the digital divide and bring high-speed internet connectivity to unconnected communities in the U.S. and around the world. Ms. Robinson, I am so excited to listen to your testimony this morning, and I'm looking forward to discussing the work Microsoft is doing to expand broadband access in our home state of Washington later on. Thank you.
And I thank the gentlewoman for her remarks. To introduce our fourth and final witness today, I am so pleased to yield to our colleague on the Agriculture Committee, our distinguished gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Thompson. I really appreciate the opportunity to introduce our next witness. He is a member of the Congressional District 4. He is a product of Purdue University and the research park and the skills that he has. I think you're going to really enjoy his testimony. I want to give a little of his background because I think that helps understand how well he understands the need for broadband at the last mile or in the agricultural arena, as well as advanced manufacturing. But he's currently the CEO of Wabash Heartland Innovative Network, or for the short version of that is WIN, and that's a consortium of about 10 counties in north central Indiana, and they're devoted to developing the region into a global epicenter of digital and agriculture, next generation manufacturing. And they're going to do that by harnessing the power of the Internet of Things, IoT. So anyway, prior to being serving WIN, Johnny founded and he scaled up and led a successful exit of an ag company, Spensa Technologies, and he produced smart Internet of Things devices that was able to analyze the data and help growers better manage agronomic pests such as insects, weeds, and disease. So Spensa was named by Forbes as one of the top 25 most innovative ag startups in 2017. So Johnny has a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge in this arena. He has a BS and a master's and a PhD from Purdue University in the School of Electrical and Computer Engineering. So it's with
having a bit of problem. Is it on there? Huh? Rural broadband issue. There you go. That's why we got to get it fixed now. Well, we'll try to get the gentleman from Indiana back. And perhaps he can continue his thoughts as we recognize members for questions. So I'm so pleased to have such a distinguished panel of witnesses before us today, and I know we're all excited to hear what they've got to say. Each of our witnesses will have 5 minutes, and the timer should be visible on your screen, and will count down to 0, at which time your time will have been expired. Ms. Prather, you are now recognized for our first 5 minutes. Please begin when you are ready.
Thank you, Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Thompson, and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify about one of my favorite topics, the importance of broadband infrastructure and how rural networks are deployed and sustained. I am Jennifer Prather, Vice President and General Manager at Totelcom Communications in De Leon, Texas. My remarks today are on behalf of Totelcom, as well as NTCA, the Rural Broadband Association, which represents 850 rural community-based providers of high-speed broadband and other advanced services throughout the most sparsely populated areas of the country. While high costs are the most imposing obstacle to deploying and maintaining broadband in rural areas, other barriers remain too, such as supply chain concerns and time-consuming and expensive right-of-way and access delay issues. As Congress considers proposals to solve the digital divide, we offer several specific recommendations with respect to any broadband infrastructure plan. First, we should build networks that are built to last. Over the last year, Totelcom saw an increase of more than 200% in both download and upload demand. That represents almost 2 years of projected growth almost overnight. Fortunately, our fiber-based networks were built to meet that demand. Given that such demands keep growing over time, a smart infrastructure plan should aim for the best return on such long-term investments that meet future needs of consumers and enable the deployment of a variety of broadband technologies. Putting resources towards infrastructure that must be substantially rebuilt in only a few years' time will be a waste and risk leaving rural America behind. Second, we must coordinate broadband programs and direct funding to unserved areas to limit overbuilding of existing network investments. Any new broadband program must coordinate with existing federal broadband programs at the FCC, Department of Agriculture, NTIA, and state broadband programs. Additionally, existing programs that have a proven track record of success and promote accountability should receive additional support to build upon those successes. For example, USDA financing and Universal Service Fund support have long worked in concert. Directing all programs, both old and new, to model this history of success not only avoids duplication and helps deliver high-speed, reliable broadband, but it also recognizes the hard realities of both deploying networks and then delivering services in the most remote, sparsely populated areas of the nation. Third, it cannot be lost that networks must be maintained after they are built. No provider can deliver high-speed, high-capacity broadband in rural America without the ability to justify and then recover the cost of sustaining broadband in high-cost areas. Funding should be provided for this purpose as well, to make sure rates for services in rural areas remain affordable to consumers on these networks. Fourth, there should be clear standards for what will be expected of providers looking to leverage federal resources to meet the real-world needs of consumers and avoid using rural America as a test lab for unproven technologies. Those receiving any support should be required to show clearly that they meet those standards and then used those resources to deliver better, more affordable broadband that will satisfy consumer demand over the life of the network in question. Fifth, any plan should promote local partnerships. Service providers like Totelcom are based in their communities and have deep, long-standing relationships with their local governments and anchor institutions. The best results can often be achieved when operators with significant experience in building networks and delivering communication services work together with stakeholders in the community to identify and respond to specific needs. Regardless of whether a provider is a cooperative or a commercial operator, We strongly urge policymakers to look local when it comes to identifying broadband solutions in rural America and to leverage the expertise and experience of smaller community-based providers like Totelcom, regardless of corporate form, in overcoming these challenges. Finally, barriers to broadband deployment must be addressed as any part of a holistic plan to promote and sustain infrastructure investment. Supply chain shortages and access, particularly with respect to federal lands and pole attachments, can present significant obstacles to the deployment of rural broadband infrastructure. Permitting roadblocks, access delays, and increased costs are especially problematic for broadband operators. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for the committee's commitment to broadband infrastructure investment in rural America. Our industry is excited to participate in this national conversation regarding broadband infrastructure initiatives, and we look forward to working with policymakers on a comprehensive infrastructure strategy to ensure that all Americans will experience and continue to enjoy the numerous agricultural, economic, educational, health, and public safety benefits of broadband. I look forward to answering any questions the committee may have for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Prather. And now we'll hear from Mr. Johnson. And you can begin when you are ready.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Thompson, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am Tim Johnson, as I was introduced, the CEO of Otsego Electric Cooperative and OE Connect here in Hartwick, New York. Broadband is very personal to me. I had painfully slow DSL service at my home before my co-op entered the fiber business, and now I have 1 gigabit service and no spinning blue wheels. Otsego now provides broadband service to almost 3,000 locations in our area. These are locations that were similarly ignored when Otsego began offering electric service over 75 years ago. In 2017, Otsego announced plans to build a fiber-to-the-home broadband system, and now we offer 100% of our members symmetrical speeds of up to 1 gigabit with no data caps. This project has been vital for our members during the worst pandemic, of course, in 100 years, and many services were activated at the height of the pandemic. We connected medical professionals, teleworkers, teachers, and students, including a family whose kids were doing virtual school in a neighbor's unheated garage. And electric cooperatives are playing a critical part in this effort, with more than 200 electric cooperatives deploying broadband solutions and 100 more exploring the feasibility of projects. The electric cooperative industry, represented by the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, serves 1 in 8 Americans and covers 56% of the U.S. landmass. Electric cooperatives are member-owned, so we are uniquely suited to best understand and solve rural broadband needs. We believe you can provide critically needed flexible funding and policies to support broadband in rural areas across the nation. The job is not done. We still have many locations that cannot access the internet with anything better than data-capped, high-latency prone satellite service. OEC would not have entered the broadband business without grant funding. Low population density means construction and ongoing operational costs cannot be met without public funding sources. However, OEC and electric cooperatives in general have great advantages in expanding broadband. We have served these communities for over 75 years, and we have skilled manpower, equipment, and vehicles, and we own the rights of way and infrastructure, so we can control some of our construction costs. Balancing accountability and usability in all federal programs is very important. It is critical to ensure that all award recipients are actually capable of deploying a network at the speed and latencies they promised. In the case of how the FCC distributes funds, bidders should be vetted before the auctions are held. When it comes to usability, programs like Reconnect and Community Connect have some positive attributes, but they can be slow and administratively burdensome for small organizations like Otsego. One fellow electric cooperative had to wait 517 days between finding out that they received a Reconnect award and the first construction approval. Broadband program rules should give greater weight to technologies that are expandable and proven to reliably provide at least 100 megabits per second. For example, fiber to the home systems are more robust, time-tested, and future-proof than others. Additionally, consideration should be given to prioritizing community-based providers with existing presence in the communities they serve. Affordability is a critical issue, and programs like the Emergency Broadband Benefit Program are desperately needed by some of our members, but they're also needed on a permanent basis, ongoing basis. From the consumer perspective, there is no difference between having no access to broadband service and having access but not being able to afford it. In addition to these points, my written testimony expands on several aspects related to improving broadband infrastructure, including improving our nation's broadband maps, the importance of building networks that can keep up with increasing speed and quality demands, and the critical need for a smart grid. Otsego is currently working on an innovative fiber-based metering system, which could save us money and greatly increase metering functionality in smart grid. In conclusion, national and state broadband programs already offer an opportunity to promote broadband development. As part of this effort, our cooperative is eager to continue the conversation about broadband programs, and we look forward to working with you to expand all the benefits broadband has to offer so rural New Yorkers and rural Americans will not be left behind. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your commitment to rural broadband. I look forward to working with you and answering any questions you may have.
Mr. Johnson, thank you for that very informative testimony that you gave. You and Ms. Prather are really opening up with some very, very significant and important information. And now I would recognize Ms. Robertson for your 5 minutes. Please begin.
Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Thompson, and members of the committee, my name is Vicki Robinson, and I am the General Manager for the Microsoft Airband Initiative. It's an honor to testify here today. My life's work is focused on extending broadband to unserved and underserved communities. Prior to joining Microsoft, I served at the FCC for nearly 15 years in multiple leadership roles, and as acting CEO and General Counsel of the Universal Service Administrative Company, which manages the Federal Universal Service Fund. Microsoft's Airband initiative is a mix of innovative technologies to extend broadband's reach to the last mile and to give communities access to the skills needed to use it. We have committed to extending broadband access to 3 million people in unserved rural areas in the United States by July of 2022. So far, we've extended broadband service to more than 2 million people in 26 states and Puerto Rico. I would like to share some insights from our experience. First, we have learned that one size does not fit all. We must use the right technology tools to reach Americans and meet the individual needs of their communities. Second, government funding is critical to bridging the broadband gap. Many internet service providers, including Airband partners, receive funding from the FCC, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and state broadband programs. Funding streams must be made available on a technology-neutral basis so that broadband providers can use solutions that are tailored to meet the specific needs of communities. And government must continue to gather and share data to provide accurate information about which communities lack access to broadband and what the key barriers are to that access. Third, connectivity alone is not enough to bring people online. Even when a community has access to broadband, impediments remain for some populations to adopt and realize the benefits of it. These include the inability to afford service, the cost of a device like a laptop or desktop computer, or a lack of digital skills to fully make the most of new connectivity. To address affordability and adoption challenges, our Airband partners will use new federal programs like the Emergency Broadband Benefit, which offers support for those that cannot afford broadband service or devices. They also look forward to leveraging the Emergency Connectivity Fund to help students, school staff, and library patrons stay connected. However, these are temporary programs to bridge the gap. A permanent solution is needed to address these challenges. According to the National Skills Coalition, as many as 1 in 3 Americans have few to no digital skills. To foster digital skilling in rural communities, we and our Airband partners are working with nonprofits like the National 4-H Council and Future Farmers of America to provide critical digital skilling resources to the community. Funding to support digital literacy and skilling is important to increase broadband adoption as communities come online. In closing, I want to emphasize that the power of broadband connectivity is not simply about connecting homes, it's about transforming communities. We transform communities by using the power of connectivity and technology to create new opportunities to work or start a business, open new doors to education, improve access to healthcare, and unleash the power of precision agriculture. As you work to make broadband funding available, we ask that you target funding to unserved and underserved communities, prioritizing the speed of deployment and allocating funding in a cost-effective manner to stretch federal dollars as far as possible. We also ask that Congress and policymakers prioritize funding for deployment for people who are income insecure and ultimately find a permanent solution to address the cost of broadband service and devices. Finally, we ask you to support efforts to increase digital literacy and skilling to ensure that Americans can use their broadband service to transform their communities for the better. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Excellent, excellent testimony. Each of you have just given us valuable information. Thank you so much. And now our final witness, Dr. Park, you may begin for your 5 minutes now.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Johnny Park. I'm the CEO of the Wabash Heartland Innovation Network, or WIN. I'd like to thank Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Thompson, and members of the committee for this opportunity to speak with you today. This invitation came about after a recent conversation we had with Congressman Baird. We share that we recently had a successful test flight of a unique technology called the Aerostat to serve rural broadband needs in our 10-county region in Indiana. He was struck by how valuable such alternative technology could be to helping solve the digital divide. He asked us to share that story with you. You see, WIN is not an internet service provider, and broadband is not our primary business. In fact, we are a 501c3 nonprofit community organization, and our overarching goal is to build a regional ecosystem that can help our rural region attract globally competitive businesses to plant and grow in our Wabash Heartland region. Towards that goal, our principal strategy has been to accelerate the adoption of digital technology in our region, especially digital agriculture and smart manufacturing. As you might expect in Indiana, agriculture and manufacturing are mainstays of our rural economy. We began to develop our region as a very large living laboratory for IoT. And very simply, we introduced innovative and vetted commercial and near commercial technology into the region, incentivize the local farmers and manufacturers to accelerate the adoption, and drive innovation from the real usage of technology. And it's working. After just over 2 years, many farmers and manufacturers of all sizes in our region have adopted various technologies that they had not used before. But the spotty and inconsistent connectivity in our rural region was hindering our efforts, not to mention limiting all kinds of economic development and quality of life, as we all know. Which brings us to broadband. We began to recognize that we can approach broadband with the same living lab model. That is, introduce innovative, highly impactful technology, put it to real use, and drive innovation from real usage by sharing results so that solutions can be improved. So as a first step, WIN is launching an aerostat developed by RTO Wireless, headquartered in Massachusetts. WIN's aerostat is an 80-foot tethered balloon that is approved by the FAA to fly 1,500 feet in the air from a farm field in White County, Indiana. It is tethered with fiber connection, and it has a payload capacity of 200 pounds that allows it to carry multiple wireless communication devices. Our single aerostat is expected to have a 50-mile radius coverage with LoRaWAN, which is a network protocol suitable for IoT sensor connectivity. For high-speed internet, we will utilize CBRS, which is going to take some testing, but we expect it to provide high-speed internet within a radius of 10 to 15 miles. The aerostat has many features that make it very attractive for rural broadband. Its transmissions are low latency. Aerostats can be deployed typically in 3 to 5 months from start to providing services. It's cost effective. It has excellent line of sight, solving the problem of difficult terrain and barriers that traditional solutions can't reach. It functions well in high winds, and environmentally, the aerostat is quite friendly as there are no engines, just helium and the tether. So you might wonder how WIN's network will be put to real use as we are not an ISP. Our network is a resource that will be available to any ISP or WISP in the region who wants to use it to better serve their own customers or attract new customers. See, note that this is actually a way to accelerate adoption of state-of-the-art broadband in our region. And that's always our main goal. We're using innovation to close gaps quickly. So how can this model help you? We know that with very large expenditures proposed and already made for rural broadband, you would prefer to get it right the first time. But technology evolves quickly, and so does the need in the marketplace. And while innovation is necessary, it adds uncertainty and complexity. WIN's Living Lab model is a model for taking out some of that risk by testing and validating novel solutions in real conditions. We suggested to Congressman Baird that setting aside a portion of rural broadband funding for innovation and for models of advancing innovation could really help solve the digital divide sooner and more cost effectively. Thank you for your time today, and we deeply appreciate your work on behalf of rural America.
Very good. Thank you. As I said, committee members, as you can see, what a bountiful amount of very valuable information we've already heard. And now we are going to get into our questions for our panelists. At this time, members will be recognized for questions in order of seniority, alternating between majority and minority members. You'll be recognized for 5 minutes each in order to allow us to get as many questions in. And my goal is to make sure we hear from each and every member there. So please cooperate with me when I have to bring the hammer down so we can be fair to everyone, because everybody's got something to say here. Also, please keep your microphones muted until you are recognized in order to minimize the background. And now I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Panelists, as chairman of this committee, my goal is to see if we cannot get rural broadband out to these 24 million people that don't have it. We can do it. And I want you all to help me and advise me on how we can do it to reach my goal of having internet rural broadband in place for access for these 24 million of our fellow Americans in rural areas by December the 31st. Sometimes you have to set a deadline, measure what you want to do. So please, each of you, if you could just tell me what it is we need to do. You all know how much money it would take. Give us what you think the amount of money we need, and tell me, cannot we do that? That is our goal. And I will start with Ms. Robinson. No, Ms. Prather first. Sorry. How much money
Thank
would
you,
it
sir.
take? What must we do to get rural broadband to these 24 million people by the end of this year, December?
Thank you, sir. First of all, you're right. This is an extremely expensive issue. I do want to state too that it's a twofold issue. It's not just the initial deployment, which is very much necessary and where these programs can be very beneficial, but it is also a matter of being able to maintain those networks over the life of those assets that we're putting into the ground. I do want to be certain that while we have communities that have waited this long for broadband infrastructure, that we don't cheapen what we give them. If it's taken this long to get broadband, we want to put something in the ground that will last many, many decades, because I don't know when we would get back to them to upgrade that. So I think using these sure methods of providing sustainable broadband, and then the government using programs that can help sustain the network in an area where there's just not enough customers to do so is what will get us there. Thank you.
Ms. Robinson, how much money would it take? I need you all to help us guide this. Nobody knows better than you. If we wanted to say we could get this at least 24 million, how much money are we talking about? You are the experts and you would know. Give us an estimate. So when we go and put our bill together, we'll know how much money we need to have allocated to put broadband up to reach these 24 million. That is the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are estimates that suggest that the cost to actually reach those who are unserved is anywhere from 60 to 80 billion dollars. I submit, however, that it's hard to rely on such estimates because we haven't first done the hard but necessary work to accurately map where those gaps exist. And so that's the first order of business, is actually mapping the gap. And Congress has enabled the FCC to be able to do that by funding the Broadband Data Act. So that's the first step, is actually mapping and getting a clear sense of where gaps exist. I would then submit that once you have that, you'll have a number. You then need to think about how do you stretch those federal dollars as far as possible, and giving your deadline, think about which technology tools can be used to actually move quickly. So as you're thinking about funding for deployment, it's important that the policymakers prioritize what's cost effective to actually stretch federal dollars. And then secondly, which technologies, the myriad of technology solutions that are available in the market, can be brought to bear to move quickly.
Thank you. Dr. Parks?
So our expectation is about $150 billion. But again, that is without laying out, as Ms. Robinson said, various novel technologies that are emerging nowadays. So our recommendation, again, is to promote innovation and deploy those emerging technologies, gather data quickly, and replicate those success stories in other regions in the nation.
Thank you.
It is not a one-size-fits-all solution for sure. A rule is very diverse, and we need to embrace the diversity by making sure the right type of technology is deployed in those situations.
Thank you. And now I recognize our ranking member for his 5 minutes. Thank you all.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Prather, in your testimony, you said that, quote, "We must require the deployment of networks that in a decade or more will still deliver speeds and other performance capabilities that customers can rely on," end quote. Can you talk more about the importance of long-term performance and perhaps to discuss some prior funding failures the committee should be aware of.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. You're right. We have every indication that demand is only going to continue to grow at really intense rates of expansion. We currently provide service with numerous technologies today. I utilize fiber, I utilize fixed wireless, and while we're deploying maybe some of those other ways to get speeds out faster, we see those as stepping stones. We do not see them as the end game. If you look at any wireless infrastructure out there, it also tries to get back to a fiber backbone as fast as possible because they have to offload that data somewhere that can handle it. So when we're looking at building networks, we also look at reliability. Just as an example, last week we had a fixed wireless tower that got hit by a bolt of lightning. That happens out here. We lost every single piece of equipment on it. So when we're looking at deploying infrastructure, that creates a lot of customer disruption as well. Out here, we get a lot of hailstorms, high wind, things like that. So we want to look at infrastructure that can handle those issues as well. We obviously lost a lot of customer units in that storm as well. We have to replace those. We didn't have any problems with our fiber. So we look at what can take the capacity that's going to be needed, and then also what will be reliable once it's built. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Dr. Park, you have a different take in your written testimony expressing a preference for flexibility in network design and rapid turnover technology. How can we make sure that planning for obsolescence doesn't become settling for obsolescence, especially when building networks through necessary bureaucratic government programs?
Thank you. So our suggestion is that we promote living lab models such as WIN, where at certain parts of progressive regions, we use that as a test case, right? Without trying out these emerging technologies put to real use, it's really, really difficult to assess how valuable, how reliable, and how scalable and how cost-effective those technologies are. And we often find really great innovative ideas to move forward beyond that. So we would recommend, again, having a portion of the funding dedicated to innovations like WIN to promote use of emerging technologies as a way to advance this innovation in much needed technology in broadband.
Thank you, Dr. Park. Ms. Prather, in your testimony, you also encouraged full funding of the rural broadband program authorized in the 2018 Farm Bill. Why is it important to stakeholders to get the rural broadband program up and running before the next Farm Bill?
Great question. I think twofold. There are some very good ideas in that program, tying the speed to the length of a grant, and then also we want to see what that would do. Since it hasn't been fully funded, we haven't got to see how well it works. So I think it's important to see how well it works currently before more changes are made.
Very good, thank you. And Mr. Johnson, congratulations and thank you for your leadership of your electric cooperative. You had mentioned in your written testimony, the number of advantages that our rural electric co-ops have, including the governing body, who really, it's customer owned, so you know the area, you know the topography, you know the customers are there. Can you just expand just briefly on, you had noted that 50% of the cost of building out networks, you've already have covered with employees and equipment and vehicles and right-of-ways, those kinds of things.
Right. I was referring to, thank you, Ranking Member Thompson. Yes, we were referring to make-ready costs, which can constitute a large portion of expense in construction. We own right-of-ways, currently maintain electric right-of-ways for the purpose of electric service. Adding fiber to those rights-of-way is not as big a lift for us as it is for other entities. We already are there, we have the poles, and we know where problem areas are, and the right-of-way is clear and trimmed so that we can get in quickly and string a robust network. We have skilled workers Our linemen can easily be cross-trained if necessary, and we can bring in workers who can use their skills to run the strand. We strand all of our fiber with steel strand to make it more resilient in the event of outages. And
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Johnson. My time's expired.
Thank you very much. And now the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is, as you noted, an important hearing, not just for our Agriculture Committee, but for rural America. And I think most, if not all of us, have portions of our congressional district, as has been noted, that are challenged when it comes to having access to broadband. About 15% of my district does not have access, and it's a problem, to say the least. Some of the witnesses, I'd like to ask you, as we're talking about whether it's $60 to $70 billion, as one has noted, or as much as $150 billion, that's a big discrepancy or difference in terms of costs for implementation. I'd like to understand that better. But how can federal efforts complement existing focus that our states and in some cases our local governments are pursuing to get connected to broadband? Would you like to take that?
I'm happy to respond. Sure, I'm
Thank
happy.
you, Mr. Robinson.
Thank you for the question. I think to the first part of your question in terms of the discrepancy, a lot of that is going to be based on what kind of technology solution you're talking about using. Everyone recognizes that fiber is the gold standard in terms of speed. But one trade-off for fiber can be cost. And so whether you're talking about the estimate from $60 to $80 billion to the $150 billion estimate, a lot of that's going to be driven on what technology solutions that you're bringing to bear. So I wanted to raise that point. And to the second,
So your recommendation on that point, in terms of to ensure the broadband strategy is tech neutral, how do we include a effort to make it inclusive both for fiber and for wireless broadband technologies?
I think that the Agriculture Appropriations Committee has already kind of baked this in terms of the appropriation by recognizing that technology neutrality is an important concept to bake into funding. So that's critical. And we see that the existing federal programs that are in existence today are also technology neutral by virtue of the awards have gone to. So I think continuing to do that is important. It's also important to have coordination, to your second point, amongst what's being done at the federal level, what's being done at the state level and the local level, so that we can, the policymakers can have an aggregate view of the various programs that can be brought to bear, whether they be grants, loans, tax credits, or other mechanisms to ensure that you can get access, broadband access deployed, but then also ensure that affordability is addressed as well.
What's a realistic timeline in closing the gap?
The first step,
25%, yes.
I think the first step is, again, understand the scope of the problem. If that work can wrap up fairly quickly, then we can be in a position to actually move quickly to close the gap. But moving quickly will require that toolkit approach that we referenced and I referenced in my testimony, and that has been brought up through witnesses as part of our opening statements. Recognizing that if you want to move quickly, say when we started the Airband Initiative, we had a bold goal of closing the gap in its entirety by July of 2022. If we bring all of our resources to bear, using all technologies at our disposal, it's possible. But you first need to understand the real scope of where those gaps exist.
This is really a part of a worldwide competition, but in terms of the technology, is it important to note that we are still at the cutting edge and that the United States has the best technology to employ broadband on these hard to serve areas, the 25% of rural America that doesn't have it?
absolutely believe that we are first, and we should continue that spirit of innovation to bring all resources to bear to quickly and completely close the digital divide. We are absolutely poised to do that as a country.
Does anyone else care to comment?
I absolutely agree. Again, this innovative broadband investment program is really in the spirit, right? We were really impressed to see the note in the House Farm Bill report that had replaced the former rural gigabit program. It really hit the high points of practical, cost-effective innovation, demonstrating the technology and methods of deployment in addition to technology and flexibility. So we really commend the committee for that vision.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Ms. Prather. More attention and federal funds have been dedicated to broadband deployment in recent years, but districts like mine and many others that look like mine still don't have access. And I'm just wondering how we can more quickly and efficiently deploy those resources. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure, thank you. I think that's a very good point. And to some of the credit of my other witnesses, we know that some of those problems deal with the maps that are currently out there showing where it's served and where it's unserved. To piggyback on an earlier question, that's a great place for the state and local offices to step in as well, to do some of that more granular help where there's a problem at the federal level to show what is served and what is unserved. I think these programs, there's also a lot of money that has already been put to the FCC, but it's not actually gone out the door yet. So we have areas that have maybe been appropriated to, but the money's not gone out yet. Reconnect funds haven't gone out yet. There's holdups in some of those processes that the work has been planned, but is not actually getting done yet. I know a lot of my colleagues have had challenges with some of that federal funding. And I don't know if that, the logjam seems to be sitting with some reviews and some processes. Things that we can do at the federal level to get that money out the door much closer to when it's been promised will help in those situations.
While I've got you, let me ask you this. You mentioned supply chain disruptions in your testimony. Can you talk a little bit more about those challenges that you're experiencing? How are your supply chains arranged, and what can the federal government do to help improve that?
Sure, that is a very real problem, both with our fiber optic cable and with the electronics used at the customer level and at our level. All of those things have got some pretty serious delays. Last week, we ordered some fiber pedestals that have a 365-day lead time. And I know some of my fellow colleagues in Iowa see that with fiber as well. It may be a little above my pay grade to know what government could do, but I will say any sort of incentives to produce that domestically would definitely help in those situations.
Excellent, thank you. Let me ask Ms. Robinson. We know that rural areas are diverse in their topography. Some might be mountainous, some might be heavily wooded, some might be flat. Some might be all of those. I have a very diverse geography and topography in my district, and given the diverse landscape, how do you think we should think about technology solutions for broadband deployment? And what do you think the best technologies, what do you think technologies do your airband partners use to connect Americans in rural areas and remote areas?
Thank you for your question, Congressman. I can give an example by an airband partner who will be deploying in your area, Whisper Internet Access Company. They are actually using a bevy of different technologies, including fixed wireless, but also fiber. And so I think the key to your point, recognizing that rural areas are not homogeneous, they vary, continue to support policies and funding that allow providers to use whatever technology tool is going to work best in a given scenario is really key to closing the broadband gap once and for all. So I would say more of the same. I do think that it's also important as you're thinking about these technologies and the companies that are deploying them to meet the need, that they show that they can meet not only the needs of today, but the needs of tomorrow. So have a glide path, as it were, to being able to continue to be useful in meeting the needs of modern life.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the witness's testimony. Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
Thank you very much. And now I recognize Ms. Spanberger for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you holding a hearing on a topic that is so near and dear to my heart. That is rural broadband access. Broadband access, or lack thereof, is as vitally important as access to electricity was a century ago. And I believe it's really imperative that we meet the challenges of ensuring universal broadband access this century with the same urgency and determination that our country met that challenge of electrification a century ago. A lack of broadband connectivity hurts the ability of students to complete their homework, businesses to recruit new employees, farmers to take advantage of the latest precision agricultural technology, and the list goes on and on. And I am delighted that we have the witnesses here today who understand and have lived that perspective. So my district is one of the districts across the country that's been able to benefit from the USDA's Reconnect program, with multiple communities and rural co-ops in my district receiving millions of dollars in funding to expand high-speed internet connectivity to previously underserved areas. While Reconnect has helped to expand broadband access for severely underserved areas, many communities in my district still lack internet service that meets the FCC's minimum speed standard for broadband, 25 megabits per second for downloads, 3 for uploads. And the COVID-19 pandemic has really proven that high quality broadband access needs to keep pace with technology and increased demands for services such as video conferencing, for example. As we make investments in our digital infrastructure, it's important that we do so with that in mind. So on that note, Ms. Prather, I'd like to begin with a question for you, a slight follow-up to the question that my colleague, Mr. Crawford, asked. From your perspective, would you say that communities receiving at least that 25 megabits download, 3 megabits upload are underserved? And would a household utilizing the service of 10 megabits per second downloads and 1 megabits per second upload be able to utilize some of the technologies that have proven so vital during this pandemic, such as video conferencing?
Thank you. That is an excellent question. And I'm going to give you a real world example. So we serve a bunch of dairies in my area. Obviously, dairies take up a lot of space. That's going to be a very rural place. Also, a lot of them here are kind of at the far ends of some really rough dirt roads, okay? So we know that they are doing a lot of smart dairying practices too, some really cool stuff. They put radio tags on the cow's ear. It can tell them a lot about the health and the production of the animal. They upload all of that to the vet. We are currently serving these dairies with 25.3 fixed wireless. We're doing that because to get fiber down those rough country road right-of-ways is a long process. So in the intermediary, we've deployed some fixed wireless to them. Now this year, you have kids coming home, doing their schoolwork from home. You have other family members trying to work from home. The dairy's trying to upload all of that information to the vet, and it's simply not enough. During the pandemic, we spent pretty much 24 hours a day, giving more bandwidth to schools, hospitals, these dairies, all of our customers. We had really an unprecedented amount of growth between people moving to rural areas to get out of the cities, and then the ones already here. We were increasing bandwidth as fast as we could. Those people on those 10-1 services were upgrading every single day because it simply wasn't enough.
Thank you very much, Ms. Prather. And I have visited dairies in my district where we witnessed the exact same thing, that incredible use of technology that is really only as valuable as their ability to upload or download the data. Mr. Johnson, I have a brief question for you as follow-up. In your testimony, you discussed the many advantages of the Section 6210 of the 2018 Farm Bill compared to the existing Reconnect program, including increasing the speed thresholds for eligibility to 25.3. In your opinion, regardless of which program is funded or how we proceed with delivering this internet, how important is it for USDA to ensure that funds are available to communities that have broadband speeds above 10.1 but below 25.3?
I mean, we are strong believers in the fact that for future resiliency, we need to exceed 25.3 and go to 100. 25.3 we feel may be inadequate we have seen, since the advent of the pandemic, increases in volume demands of up to 40% overall among our membership. Some of our members are exceeding 1 terabyte per month, which is extreme. This is because most are on Zoom calls almost all day long. The students are, those who are going remotely. So we feel strongly that the push should be toward 100.
Wow. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have gone over. Thank you for the additional 25 seconds, and I yield back. Again, thank you to our witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. McGregor. Now, Mr. Desjarlais from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank our panel. I worry that President Biden's infrastructure plan, including the administration's proposal for broadband, will undermine the system of private competition that our country thrives on. Ms. Prather, the president has indicated that he believes that Americans pay too much for broadband and that private providers like you might be subject to rate regulation. How would federal regulation of broadband rates affect your ability to serve your customers?
Thank you. I think my biggest concern there would be how that type of legislation would interact with current programs. As you may be aware, the FCC is about to introduce the Emergency Broadband Benefit Program that gives $50 a month to consumers to help pay for broadband. My company is going to participate in that, and I think it's going to be a great thing for providers and consumers. I think the biggest factor is also going to be the sustainability and predictability. When we can plan for what all programs we're utilizing and how long they're going to last, that is what makes the competition between our companies benefit the consumer the most.
Okay. Well, I don't necessarily agree with the president's approach to rural broadband. I do believe there are things that Congress can do to lower the cost of broadband. Ms. Prather, in your testimony, you mentioned a tower where federal permits cost more than the tower itself. Can you explain what happened and what can we do about it?
Absolutely. So as we're deploying, especially things dealing with spectrum, and this also happens in federal lands, I don't have as much of that. But when we're dealing with spectrum, there's a lot of reviews that have to be done. And those are not bad things. But sometimes the cost of that and the time of that can sit on someone's desk for months or even years. And so when we're trying to deploy these networks, we have to plan these large asset investments. I'm lucky that where I'm at, we can construct year round. Some of my northern neighbors can only construct 4 to 6 months, so it's even more critical for them. But the time can take years to be approved. I don't know if that's just too many papers sitting on someone's desk. And then you're right, sometimes the cost can absolutely exceed the cost of building that tower. The time's longer than the construction, the cost is more, and I don't think that was ever anyone's intent.
All right. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. And now I recognize Ms. Hayes from Connecticut. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Scott, and thank you to the witnesses today for your attendance and your expertise in this area. Connecticut is no stranger to the digital divide, especially my district. A 2018 survey found that 23% of Connecticut residents did not have internet access at home. 21% of those homes without access were white households, 35% were Hispanic households, and 34% were African American households. These problems are especially acute in the northwest corner of Connecticut. In fact, there are 100 miles in our state's northwest corner that have no access to high-speed internet providers. This is especially troublesome as our district tries to rebuild from the economic impacts of COVID-19. Since the onset of the pandemic, Litchfield County in Connecticut has seen an influx of new residents, primarily from New York. These new residents represent a tremendous opportunity for our state, which in past years has seen an exodus of young families, threatening our long-term economic impact and employment base, particularly in rural areas. State and municipal leaders are hoping these new families will make Northwest Connecticut their permanent home. But it's hard to imagine how these families can stay if telework is not an option for them. Ms. Prather, can you speak to the importance of rural broadband connectivity in ensuring young families can live and work in rural areas like Litchfield, Connecticut?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I think you bring up a great point. We are really seeing a rural renaissance, and you may be saying the same thing, of these young families coming back to the rural areas for the quality of life. However, if they can't Netflix, if they can't work from home, if they can't do their online college education, they're not going to come back. I think another important part of that is also the digital education that sometimes is necessary in some of these communities. For example, we started a Totelcom Learning Center in our community to help teach people how to stream and how to do some of these things online. I think without that, they don't understand how maybe to even utilize the access that is there.
Thank you. But availability is not the only problem. The choice of broadband providers is also a persistent problem in my home state of Connecticut. Roughly 18% of Connecticut residents have only one option of a provider, despite the fact that 84 companies operate in Connecticut. In Cheshire, a community in my district, the choice for high-speed internet comes down to 2 providers. For some, while there may be surface-level choice of providers, it is cost prohibitive, with only 30% of people in Connecticut having access to a plan that is below $60 per month, which is 20% lower than the national average of 51.5% of Americans who have access to a low-price internet plan. Can you talk about how rural broadband programs and reconnect loans and grant programs enhance broadband options for Americans in rural areas? And is there anything we can do to further incentivize services to rural areas with very few or limited options?
Yes, that's a great question. So it's twofold. One, the federal programs can help deploy those networks, but then in order to maintain an affordable service over the life of that network, that's where programs like the Universal High Cost Fund step in and help make the business case for a provider to be there. In order to sustain that maintenance and keep the rates low, that ongoing support is needed.
Thank you so much for your time today. And this is something that is very close to constituents in the northwest corner of my state who have no access or limited access. Even myself, when I travel throughout my district, I have to plan around the fact that I know that I'll be offline for several hours the farther out in my district I go. So this is very important. Again, Mr. Chair, thank you for having this conversation. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. And now Ms. Hartzler from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this very important hearing. Like many of my colleagues, I would add and say that this is probably one of the highest priorities and needs in my district in rural Missouri is that we have to get rural broadband. But as we have heard here in Congress over the years, we have been investing in this program for years. There are multiple programs with multiple funding streams, different speeds, different requirements, and I think it would behoove us to have a time of analysis and making smart investments going forward rather than just quickly passing another funding bill. And I really appreciate the comments from you, Ms. Robinson, about the first step should be to receive the information from the FCC Data Act, the Broadband Data Act. And could you talk about that a little bit, about why it's so important that we determine really where the needs are first before we act and establish a new program?
Thank you for your question, Congressman. We can't begin to solve a problem unless we understand the extent of the problem. And from our perspective, getting clear guidance around what exactly is the scope of the problem we're trying to get our arms around is a condition precedent, or at least needs to be done in parallel as Congress and policymakers consider funding options. And so for us, we know that there are gaps based on our Microsoft's own usage data, which we have, which is publicly available, where we look at the speeds at which our services are being downloaded and see that there's a considerable gap between what the FCC's numbers suggest and what our data, and not just our data, but other data sources like Broadband Now suggest that the scope of the problem is. And so doing that work has to happen quickly and should happen at least at minimum in parallel with any consideration and all considerations about how to solve the problem from a deployment standpoint in terms of getting the necessary resources to once and for all close the provide.
Sure, thank you so much. So in the 2018 Farm Bill, I led the initiative to increase the standard of service rural Americans should receive through the USDA Farm Bill broadband programs, and making sure that they have 25 download and 3 upload in the speed. Yet we have heard, and we have the current program, the Reconnect program only has 10 and 1 requirements. And yet, Mr. Johnson, you had shared that you think going forward we actually need 100, and 100 should be the standard. And I agree with the chairman that we should let the Reconnect program pilot expire and fully fund the program that we authorized in the 2018 bill, which has higher speeds. But Mr. Johnson, could you just once again reiterate what you think the standard should be and why you think it should be 100 now, not 25 and 3?
The standard is at 25.3 with heavy usage, multiple. We ran our household during the shutdown in the pandemic, 4 Zooms going on at once, and I never saw a spinning circle. And that's in a 1 gigabit household, granted. I believe in a 100 megabit household, you'll have the same standard applied. These are fiber-based technologies, and other technologies have not been proven to be able to carry this amount, this load and demand on the networks.
Thank you. And being a CEO of a rural electric cooperative, I wanted to switch gears and ask you to share a little bit about the importance of the ability to refinance the RUS loans. Now, you may or may not have those loans, but I know a lot of rural electric cooperatives in my district do. And I've co-sponsoring a bill that during this pandemic would allow rural electric cooperatives to refinance those loans and take advantage of that lower interest rate and to waive the fee for the refinancing, because we know many of our rural electric cooperatives have lost service. It has been expensive for them. And so if this passes and you have that ability, do you think co-ops could perhaps use that additional revenue not only to make up their losses, perhaps to have more capital to be able to invest in rural broadband?
Absolutely. There are, as we know, there are 200 broadband cooperatives operating broadband systems now are deploying them, and 100 more looking at it. The feasibility of these projects would be pushed forward with the opportunity to reprice outstanding debt so that new capital would be freed up.
Thank you
yes,
so
that would
much.
be very beneficial.
Thank you. I yield back. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Hartzler. Now I recognize Mr. Delgado of New York.
Thank you, Chairman. It's good to be with all of you virtually and appreciate the testimony of all the witnesses today. I do want to spend a little time talking to my friend and constituent, Mr. Johnson, about your work, OEC, and Artsego Electric Cooperative. You know, I think a big picture, what I want to start off with is, I know you announced plans to offer high-speed, affordable broadband service back in 2017. Could you speak a little bit more about just the demand within the community? I think it's important to just hear a little bit about the demand and how great the actual need is for this basic necessity at this point, as COVID has made plain. Could you speak a little bit to the demand within the community?
Sure. Thank you, Congressman. The demand that we operated a satellite business, broadband business, before we got into the fiber business. We could see when we were operating that business that there was huge unmet consumer demand for better service. We had numerous customers buying hundreds of dollars of additional data cap space monthly. We actually, it was a very profitable business for us, actually. We have now gone completely out of that business because we could see that when a customer is paying $300 a month in additional data cap demand, we can provide that service for $49.95. So we saw the pockets where the service was needed, and we're able to design and deploy a system very quickly that filled those gaps. We actually, to add to that, during the pandemic, during the shutdown, fortunately, we were able to work as essential workers, and we were absolutely inundated with phone calls, praying, asking for immediate service if we could get to people. We, as a result of that, have accumulated quite a list of people in our service territory, and outside of our service territory, but adjacent to us, that are in extreme need.
Right. So that list is significant. That list is significant, and they're in extreme need, as you put it. I do want to speak. I think in your testimony, you highlight some of the challenges and opportunities for Congress to support, rural broadband access, and you mentioned that some cooperatives haven't fully utilized rural broadband programs through the USDA Rural Utilities Service. Can you speak more about how Congress can make that process easier, or what some of the challenges might be when it comes to our cooperatives utilizing the Rural Utility Service?
Right. I think the simplicity of the application process could be improved. There's a point system that's used for desirability of projects. Many of these territories that we were looking at had no favorable points. We had households that didn't have service, but we didn't have libraries and community service centers and hospitals. These are literally, as Ms. Prather mentioned, these are people at the end of dead-end roads and dirt roads where nobody else goes. So those point systems are not helpful. Awards have been known to be slow to arrive. Time passes as you wait to see whether your application has been approved, and then even after approval, you wait a long time, for over a year, for money.
Yes, good to know. Lastly, on the question of mapping, I've introduced the Community Broadband Mapping Act, which would, I think, go a long way in getting us better, more accurate data. It would make funding available to co-ops, among other local groups, for broadband data gathering. Could you speak a little bit about, in your experience, the challenges that we confront in the absence of accurate broadband data collection? What, from your vantage point, would be the best approach to collecting this data?
GPS is the best way to go to find these and identify these locations, and funding to help with the expense of doing that would be extremely useful. That's and also feasibility programs. The funding to pay for feasibility programs would be very helpful as well. Cooperatives are nonprofits. We don't accumulate capital. We cannot accumulate capital. So anything that we do in this space, we go to a lender and ask for permission to use funds for this purpose. So any funding to help with that is very useful.
Excellent.
Thank you.
I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delgado. And now, Mr. Allen of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do appreciate you continue to hold hearings. Obviously, I believe this is the most important hearing in our committee in this Congress. I'd like to highlight two of the most important broadband issues in my district. One county in my district, Jenkins County, has faced many challenges with AT&T for years now. According to the RDOF maps, well over 80% of the county is unserved. However, when Planners Telephone Cooperative attempted to service this area, they eventually had to suspend their efforts due to AT&T. This is unconscionable. Every year that my constituents do not have internet service, they and their children are falling further behind in both economic and education development. What is worse is that these constituents have absolutely no recourse. If another company attempts to provide internet service to these people in Jenkins County, all AT&T would have to do is prove that one single household has internet service at a 1 to 10 upload download speed, and they would continue to have exclusive service rights. Meanwhile, 99% of the county remains living with less internet access than many third world countries. Another cooperative in my district, Altamaha ENC, has had a nightmare experience with the USDA Reconnect program over the past 2 years. They originally applied for funding under the Reconnect Round 1, but were wrongfully deemed ineligible because of an incomplete service area validation survey. Once they applied again for Round 2 funding after waiting over a year, through no fault of their own, USDA refused to prioritize their second service area validation survey. It seems to me that with mapping of broadband access currently under the FCC's purview, we may have the wrong people in the wrong seats on the bus. I don't believe the FCC's original purpose was ever to serve as a mapping agency. Perhaps we should consider moving the responsibility of mapping broadband access to a federal agency that is actually built for that purpose. USDA's National Agriculture Statistics Service is one that comes to mind, or the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is another option. Dr. Park, could you explain the marginal advantage of satellite internet access versus fiber optic, and in what scenario is it more feasible or practical to use?
Thank you, Congressman. So fiber is gold standard. There's no question about it. It's reliable, it's proven, but it is costly, and it's also it takes time. And I don't believe rural region that has such a diverse geography and patterns can be served all by fiber. So we really need to think about how other wireless technology can complement the broadband technology. No question, broadband is a necessary infrastructure for serving rural broadband. Well, we must think about other complementary technologies, such as CBRS and other LTE standard that really allows other providers to take advantage of technologies to rapidly deploy these technologies to our region.
But Dr. Park, obviously I have one county next to Jenkins County where every household is served by an EMC, and each household can get fiber optic run to their home through the Universal Fund. Yet at Jenkins County, because AT&T is for-profit, they can't get internet service. So, Ms. Prather, I'd like to ask you and any of the other panelists that would like to speak to the point I made in my comments, that as far as mapping, it seems like we're running up against a wall every time we try to do something with broadband. And this government's spending tons of money, yet this is probably the biggest economic engine available to rural America in the history of the country. Ms. Prather, would you like to comment on that?
Sure, I would. Thank you. I think you make some very, very good points. One thing I would say is that the FCC has been undertaking more and more mapping initiatives, but they want to wait until it's perfect to get it out the door. Instead, the information that they have, we need to get out and start utilizing it. And you make a great point about it's no good if we don't have some way to verify what is there. I will say that's one good thing from the USDA. What they do is that they can bring people to the local level and actually test that. So if you have an area that's deemed served, we can go out and test and see if that's really the case and then update that. Because we don't want to build just to those minimum standards today. If we're going to put money forth and build a project, we want to use those future-proof technologies and build for the future.
Well, thank you, and I'm out of time, and I yield back. And if any of you would like to comment further on what I said, please furnish those to us in writing. Thank you.
Ms. Custer of New Hampshire, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the committee holding this important hearing. This past year has brought countless challenges, but one of the many that stands out is the critical need for universal, affordable broadband access all across America. This need was understood long before COVID-19, but the pandemic brought this issue to the forefront in stark terms. Internet access was critical for successfully quarantining at home and staying healthy, from attending work and school remotely to talking with your doctor through telemedicine appointments. But unfortunately, far too many Americans, including many in my rural parts of my district, still must deal with low quality, slow speed internet connections or some have lack of internet access at all. The most recent USDA agricultural census found that 13% of New Hampshire farms did not have internet access. And we know that that lack of connectivity inhibits farmers from fully engaging in the important USDA programs. Even looking beyond these challenges facing farmers and producers, we know that broadband connectivity is critical for everyone who lives in a rural region. And that's why I'm proud to be a member of Majority Whip Jim Clyburn's Rural Broadband Task Force. Last month, our task force introduced the Accessible, Affordable Internet for All Act, authorizing $94 billion to build out our broadband infrastructure nationwide with a special focus on areas with little or no access. Additionally, as a member of the House Energy and Commerce Committee, I've worked with Chairman Pallone on the Lift America Act, including over $100 billion to develop broadband infrastructure to guarantee 100% of Americans can connect to secure high-speed broadband. We had a lot of work ahead of us in order to reach our goal, but I firmly believe that we can make bipartisan progress. So let's use the hard lessons of the pandemic as the impetus to close the digital divide and ensure that every American will have a reliable connection. Mr. Johnson, I appreciate hearing about your work and challenges in upstate New York. I think there's a lot of commonality with my district in New Hampshire. From your perspective, how can Congress be most helpful to cooperatives like yours in getting us to 100% broadband access? And are there particular challenges that we should triage before others?
Yes, thank you, Congresswoman. Yes, SEGO sees, we, as I have mentioned, we know where the gaps are, and we are submitting as a provider information and data to the FCC now that they have on hand. So accelerating their process of data mapping and then distributing those for funding opportunities. FCC, RDOF auctions are very useful. They take time to put together, but if they can be accelerated, that's what we need. That is the simplest, in our opinion, funding and the fastest funding that can be made available out there to get the job done. That's co-ops are uniquely positioned to be able to do this.
Terrific. Thank you. Ms. Robinson, I'm glad to hear about the Airband initiative is doing to increase the pace of broadband access. Could you comment on the importance of broadband map accuracy and how more accurate data can help you identify target areas of greatest need?
Thank you for your question. To your point, Microsoft has been at the forefront of really challenging this issue and challenging us as a country to get the maps right so that we can understand the scope of the problem. We think that there is a lot of good that's on path to be able to get us to that point with the implementation of the Broadband Data Act and action taken by the FCC to actually begin to start coordinating. That needs to happen quickly. We need to have multiple sources of information, be they at the federal, state, or local level, and pulling them all together in order to understand the scope of the problem. It's also important to leverage the power of technology to ensure that what we're seeing in these maps is actually accurate. Use the power of the cloud, use machine learning to validate what's being seen, and then actually make sure that this information is publicly accessible so that, again, the point that's been raised as part of the hearings that there could be a disconnect between what the FCC or some other map is saying in terms of an area being served and unserved and what's the truth on the ground. And so you need a way to validate and make sense of that disconnect. And so doing things to bring in multiple data sources to do that is the key to addressing this issue in a meaningful way.
Thank you so much. My time is up and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Baird of Indiana, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I can't tell Dr. Park how pleased I am to have him here, but one of the things that you do in your testimony and that we've heard a lot about is the cost of going that last mile. You make reference to what you're talking about, the Aerostat as being a living laboratory You encourage us to invest a certain portion of our research dollars in innovative kinds of things. So you are not, or WIN is not an internet provider. In fact, you must work with internet providers. And I think that's a point here that needs to be understood, because it's a way to get out to those more rugged geographic areas, those last miles. So I would appreciate just having you elaborate on that, because you're working with other internet with internet providers. So I would appreciate your perspective on that.
Thank you, Congressman Baird. So again, just to remind everybody, WIN is a nonprofit organization. We're a community regional organization, and we're not an ISP, but our goal is to accelerate the adoption of technology in our region. And in that vision, broadband was a necessary and very difficult challenge that we had to face. So we are using the Living Lab model of vetting a new and commercially available technologies, bring them to put to use in our region, and really drive innovation and adoption out of the usage, and by sharing the data with others so that the solutions can be improved, right? And this model has really worked well with agriculture and manufacturing sectors, as we have developed many partnerships with tech companies who are providing innovative solutions in digital ag, precision ag, and next generation manufacturing. And we are approaching the broadband, because we believe broadband is also a technology that needs to be deployed, adopted, and have a business model for sustainability. So we're using our region as a way to accelerate the innovation and adoption, and so that we can share the information with other regions so they can learn from each other.
So if you would continue on in that conversation, so if there were cooperatives in the region or in that 10 county area that was providing landlines or providing fiber, they could be on the end of the line, or you could be on the end of their line and try
That's
out
right.
some of these other technologies without investing in a lot of towers or a lot of fiber. Is that true?
That is correct. In fact, we are working with a local fiber company, and we're also working with a wireless internet service provider to provide the end user customer services. So again, WIN is not an ISP. We bridge the gap. We bring those technologies. We work with local ISPs and WISPs that perhaps had not had a chance to fully leverage and utilize the new technologies. So we're really lowering the risk by, vetting first and have them utilize these new technologies to see how these technologies can help serve their existing customers better and also attract new customers in our region.
And so it's a way to get you mentioned high-speed internet, I think, a 10 or 12 mile radius, and then a 50-mile radius for some of the other technologies. So
that's correct. Yeah, I just want to mention, one quick thing. We have a saying that we not only want every home in our region to have broadband access, but we also want every stalk of corn to have connectivity as well, right? Rural broadband is a very complicated issue. And I think one of the biggest barriers, in my opinion, is that there hasn't been a viable business model for providing broadband in rural America. I think the emerging IoT application in agriculture will really drive the economic incentive for the private sector to invest in rural connectivity. And we really want the private sector to be incentivized for sustainability. So it needs to be both the high-speed internet, also the connectivity for sensors. And while we're building this infrastructure, I encourage people to consider building it together so that we can incentivize this next generation operations to be incentivized.
Thank you.
And I see I'm out of time, and I really wanted to get to Mr. Johnson, but I appreciate all the witnesses being here.
Yes,
I think
sir.
this is a very important subject, and I yield back my time.
Thank you very much, Congressman. And now, Ms. Bustos of Illinois, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for holding this hearing today. There's no doubt that every single member of Congress on this committee, we're all on the same page as far as agreeing that rural broadband is extremely important to the regions we serve, to our nation. And I think we're probably, we see it similarly in that we also want to make sure that we're spending taxpayer dollars as efficiently and as effectively as possible. Something that's very important. I'm on the Appropriations Committee also, and something very, very important to me, and I know to the members as well. So to be efficient and effective with these essential resources, something that we need to make sure that we're keeping an eye on is to make sure that we are looking at the most needed, what's most needed out there, and to minimize the federal agencies from competing against one another in terms of funding rural projects. It's nice to be in demand, that there's this kind of this universal feeling that we've got to address broadband, but we do have to make sure that we're not, overlapping what's going on. So, Ms. Prather, I've got a question for you. As a community-based provider who has benefited from federal programs, can you talk a little bit about the importance of coordination between broadband deployment programs?
Absolutely. Thank you, ma'am. You're absolutely right. We've got to build these things efficiently and using the most effective use of taxpayer dollars. I think that's why it's important to remember that these different programs sometimes do serve different purposes, and they're all needed. We do need RUS and USDA to provide that upfront financing for these really expensive asset builds. I think it's important to note that we want to build it once. If we're going to build something, we don't want to have to redo it in a few years. We know what the growth projections look like. That is not a question to anyone. So we want to build networks that are going to be able to sustain that growth for the life of that network. It's also important to note that if you're in an area where without federal support, one network can't survive due to just the lack of people in the area, it's important that there is a program like Universal Service to maintain affordable rates over the life of that network as well. All of these programs can work in concert. I think it's important to note, too, that like you said, whoever has the data on what's needed and where it's currently being used, other agencies should coordinate. I'm not here to say who should be in charge of that, but whoever has the best data is the one that we should look to see what's available and what's still needed.
Dr. Park, I see you nodding your head. Do you have any other thoughts along these lines?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I think WIN is a unique organization that can serve as that coordination effort that you just mentioned about. Because we're neutral, we don't provide internet service, services to end customers. We are in the best interest to bring this technology, the services, to our regional folks as quickly as we can. So we work with 30 plus ISPs in the region. We work with federal government. We work with state agencies. We work with local regional economic developers. We work with farmers and manufacturers who are main stakeholders in the region. So there is a unique place for an organization like WIN to play to coordinate this massive efforts that's going to happen across the United States.
Dr. Park, how do you see increased investments in rural broadband through fiber to the home and fixed wireless impacting our growers and our producers? You said that that's among who you're working in your part of Indiana, but can you talk a little bit about how you see that impacting, especially their bottom lines?
Well, the recent USDA report was clear that the impact of connectivity in farmland is going to tremendously increase the bottom line for agricultural production. No question about it. So again, but we have to be careful. Having internet to residential applications versus having connectivity to sensors in the farmland, there are two different infrastructures. But if we build it together, it's much more cost effective. We're not going to have millions of people in a rural area, but we're going to have a vast amount of land that is ripe for digital agriculture, precision agriculture revolution. And that's where, in my mind, where tremendous opportunity lies. So we cannot forget the opportunity of precision agriculture in conjunction with meeting the needs of our rural American residents.
All right, and the clock is at 0. Very well done. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Yes, thank you. Now, Mr. Jacobs of New York, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for all those that testified today. Very helpful and insightful. In the 8 counties I represent in Western New York State, this is the issue that is the common denominator of need for each and every one. And a lot of good issues have been raised already. I agree with what has been said in terms of this time during COVID, highlighting our dependence on rural broadband or internet, and that it's no longer an amenity, but a necessity. And certainly we've seen it in telehealth. I've certainly heard it, the challenges that many of my constituents have had and their children in terms of having to learn from home and remote learning and hybrid learning that they've gone through. And I think, unfortunately, we'll see in the years to come, those communities, many of whom I represent in rural America, will have suffered more by the absence of being in the classroom because they did not have sufficient internet access at home to really be able to learn to the level that they needed to, and there was learning loss this year. I would also say that a former colleague mentioned the opportunity I see here in terms of a rural renaissance and a small town America renaissance through investment in high-speed internet, because I think people are appreciating again the value in space, the value in small community, the value in quality of life. And I think that we have a lot of that to offer, and I think people are awakening again to it. I had first just a question regarding the Biden infrastructure proposal. Prioritizes support for broadband networks owned and operated or affiliated by local governments, nonprofits, and cooperatives, providers with less pressure to turn profits, et cetera. However, many communities like mine most of my communities are not served by providers like cooperatives. So I just was curious if anybody wanted to weigh in on whether this policy is the right way to go to prioritize nonprofits versus the broad base of providers that do this sort of thing.
Yes, I'll answer that. Thank you. I do think we are missing a big piece here. For example, my company is a small community-based telecommunications provider. We were formed as a community-based shareholder-owned company. We're now privately held, but we are in this community because we want to be here. As the current plan stands, my company would not be able to participate whenever we do the exact same things as the other co-ops across the state. Texas has 43 small providers, about half are co-ops, half are commercial entities like mine. I'm not here because I'm trying to increase my stock price. I don't have one. I'm not here because I'm seeing what kind of VC multiples I can get. We're here because we live in this community, we serve our friends and neighbors, and so no matter the corporate structure, I think those local community-based providers really provide a great benefit in putting broadband in these communities.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
Well, go ahead. I would just like to add, I think that cooperatives have partnered with many of these other entities as well, so it hasn't excluded everyone else and should provide the impetus, I should say, for cooperation among many different entities.
Could you elaborate? What would be an example of how you would partner?
In discussions with, and I'm sure Ms. Prather has run into this as well, some of the cooperatives across the country have made partnerships with private providers. Small town telcos are a very good example that are privately held, small organizations, somewhat nimble, have very similar roots in their communities, very long-term roots, or perhaps they just partner on the basis for fiber transport where they buy their wholesale access to the internet, so to speak.
Thank you very much.
If I may.
Yep.
Just really quickly, again, I just want to reemphasize my earlier statement that WIN, again, non-internet service provider, nonprofit organization that is focused on development. We are technology agnostic. We are product agnostic. Our end goal is to provide services to our regional stakeholders. So I believe there's a unique role that organizations like WIN can play by leveraging our community partners and their resources and putting them together.
Thank you very much for those answers. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona, you are now recognized. Mr. O'Halloran?
Yes, I'm now unmuted.
Unmuted. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the panel for their great conversation today. I greatly appreciate this committee's focus on closing the digital divide, which still impacts far too many Americans in rural America and Indian country. In rural Arizona, only 66% of the population has access to broadband at the FCC's minimum speed standard, which is way too low for us. Consistently, constituents across Arizona note that access to reliable, high-speed broadband is a top priority for them. Inequities in broadband access results in poorer health and educational outcomes for those of us who live in rural and tribal communities. There's clearly more work to be done to expand broadband access nationwide. We must continue working together and across the aisle to help implement these new programs and improve existing programs as well. I'm pleased to see that today's witnesses include various sectors of the rural telecommunications sector who are offering different solutions to providing access to high-speed internet. I will say this, that if we don't get it in rural America, we are going to continue to have a problem with losing residents instead of keeping them, where we need to make sure we produce the food of America, the transportation links of America, the natural resources of America, and most importantly, the quality of life of people that live there. Whether it's healthcare and telemedicine because of the lack of a specialist, whether it's the ability to get a competitive education for our children, and whether it's being able to have an active economic development process that can compete across our nation. Ms. Robinson, it is my understanding that Microsoft has been working with Sacred Wind Communications to bring broadband to 57,000 Navajo families. Could you discuss how USDA can play a role in promoting the development of new technologies to serve large numbers of rural communities?
Thank you for your question, Congress. Yes, we are working with Sacred Wind. And what we've noted is that their role in reaching tribal communities has become even more important now. I think in terms of what the Department of Agriculture could do to continue to support a company like Sacred Wind with a unique mission to close the digital divide is to ensure that its application processes are clarified and streamlined. I know that Sacred Wind has previously sought funding from the Department of Agriculture and Rural Utility Services, and they've spoken to us about some of the challenges inherent in that process. And so continuing to find ways to clarify that critical thing that can be leveraged to close the digital divide in Indian country is critical for companies like Sacred Wind, clarifying and streamlining. But then I would also say I would invite the committee to continue to think about ensuring that deployments can be, funding for deployments can be done in a technology neutral way. Companies like Sacred Wind are using fiber and fixed wireless to meet these needs in Navajo country. But also, I would encourage the committee to consider and recognize the importance of adoption. When you're talking about access on tribal lands, you have a disproportionate amount of people on the reservation who are income insecure. And so just getting access to these areas is not enough. We need to also ensure that we have mechanisms in place that people can actually adopt the service.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. You have mentioned that you do not use USDA programs. Can you expand upon the barriers, and what do you believe would be most helpful in expanding broadband access to co-op membership?
Right, we do not. The administrative application process was daunting and expensive, time-consuming, survey necessities, et cetera, and the point system didn't fit our areas that we needed to serve. In addition, if we were already receiving funding for particular areas, we were disqualified from receiving Reconnect. Not that we would want to be paid twice for the same development, but there were overlaps in mapping that would have prevented us from competing for some of the funding that was available. The slowness of the funding, the slowness of the process, that's always difficult for small organizations such as cooperatives to deal with. We are asked, because of that, to perhaps, once we're awarded funding, our members come to us and say, all right, we heard you got your funding, you've been approved, why haven't you started spending money? So we have to go out and borrow it.
Time has expired.
Mr. Johnson, Mr. Chairman, I thank you, and have a good day, everybody.
Thank you. Mr. Mann of Kansas, you are now recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and thank you for making this a priority for the committee, Mr. Chairman. You know, certainly in this town, there are a lot of areas that people are divided on, but there seems to be bipartisan support for doing better when it comes to rural broadband and connectivity. We all know that's a priority for everyone here. It's certainly a big priority for me and in the big first district of Kansas. We cover a large swath of the rural part of my state, and you know, we hear a lot of concerns a lot of time. And it's not just, you know, concerns with how it is, but what it prevents us from doing, be it telehealth, be it taking the next steps in production agriculture, all of those things. So thanks for the panel and our witnesses for being here today. My question is for Ms. Robinson. It's my understanding that Microsoft's Airband initiative is working in Kansas to connect rural underserved communities to broadband. So I especially appreciate that work. It's also great to see your experience addressing rural broadband in the public sector at the FCC and administering the Universal Service Fund. Based on your variety of experience, how do you think we can involve more private sector investment in our rural communities, and what limits more involvement in the private sector today as you see it?
Thank you for your question, and we are proud to work with NextLink as they expand broadband access to consumers in the great state of Kansas. I think that the key to solving this problem is doing more with public and private partnerships. This is not something that any one sector or any one part of the country can tackle by itself. And so being able to provide more certainty around business models in order that are required to actually that can incent private sector to actually do investments to show that this is something that the business model can pencil out in rural America will be key. A part of that business model penciling out will be making sure that there's actual funding in place to support, and that can be leveraged alongside private sector investments. So those two things need to work together, and it's certainly part of our formula as we approach these issues and trying to tackle the rural digital divide.
Okay, well, wonderful. Thank you. And my second question, different vein, is for Dr. Park. Dr. Park, can you talk more about the performance and weather capabilities of an aerostat? As we discussed the vital importance of broadband, we have to consider that high winds, lightning, those sort of natural disasters, those sort of things are prevalent in Kansas and other areas as well. Any perspective that you would have on how those would perform under those kind of conditions?
Thank you for that question. Yes, so aerostats can withstand high wind up to 80 miles per hour.
Okay.
And if there is a major storm, aerostats can be lowered within hours, so it can be pretty safe. And while it's down, also, Congressman, aerostats can be deployed to overlap coverage, and provide redundancy. So in areas where storms are localized, any aerostat lowered will have adjacent aerostat to provide the redundant coverage in its area.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Well, no further questions, Mr. Chairman. I yield back, and thank you all very, very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gorbachev, excuse me, California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Prather, you mentioned in your testimony that your networks connected Americans to vital institutions and services which help drive economic development and produce and preserve jobs in rural America. Specifically, in response to COVID-19, you noted that TotalComm took action to increase broadband availability to lower installation costs for students who were remote learning. Access to broadband has been a barrier for many families during this pandemic to ensure kids can continue to attend school remotely. In my district, this has been no different. For example, the Martinez family was driving around from parking lot to find access to Wi-Fi. It has shown us the digital divide that exists in our country and the work we have ahead to bridge these gaps. Can you please explain how TotalComm's experience responding to the pandemic will impact its future operations, and what innovations and partnerships were particularly helpful for you to meet the increased need for remote learning in rural America?
I would love to. Thank you, Congressman, for the question. So we did a couple of things. First of all, any customer that called in that had a student, K through 12 or college, in the household got free installation. We got them connected as fast as possible. But the bigger thing that we did was we partnered with all of our local school districts. We told them, we know you have students who are learning at home and cannot afford a connection. If you will just give us an address, we will go connect those students. We won't make them sign anything. We won't bother the family. We'll work with you to provide access for any students who need it. Even when the schools went back to in-person learning, if we had students who were in a home with someone at high risk or the student was at high risk, we kept that going. We're seeing a lot of funds go out to the FCC's E-rate program right now, and we would love to continue those kinds of partnerships. We did that through no cost to the school. We really just ate all of those services because it was the right thing to do for our communities that we serve. But we would love to see that on an ongoing basis, to partner with those schools to serve their students that need access at home and cannot afford it.
Thank you, Ms. Prater. Ms. Robinson, in your testimony, you discussed the importance of and the need for basic digital literacy in bridging the digital divide. Can you please explain what Microsoft and its partners are doing to make sure these programs and opportunities can be accessed by minority communities, particularly those where English may not be a first language?
Thank you so much for the question. We believe that digital skilling is critical to driving adoption. You can't assume that if you build it, people will come. People need to know and be informed about how to use connectivity as a tool for empowerment. So working closely with our philanthropies group and various nonprofits, we are providing digital skilling resources that are actually meet the needs of community, including providing access to materials that are bilingual in nature, so that you're able to shift and meet the needs and provide skilling resources that are responsive to the needs of the specific community. We don't have a one-size-fits-all approach, but they're very much tailored by working with people on the ground and also focusing on historically marginalized communities specifically, where research shows that there tends to be larger gaps from a skilling and literacy perspective.
Thank you. Just to note, that nice orchid next to you probably comes from my district, where most of the flowers in the United States are grown domestically. So thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much. And now Mr. Fenstra of Iowa. You are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Thompson. Mr. Chairman, first, I ask to submit for the record a letter from NTCA, the Rural Broadband Association, which discusses some considerations the Federal Communications Commission should take in considering for its review a long-form application for the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. Could I submit this for the record?
So ordered, Mr. Fenstra. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank each of our witnesses for their testimony today. We all know that in today's world access is key to reliability, affordability, and high-speed internet is critical to daily life and necessary for rural Americans to not fall behind. Whether it be telehealth, running a small business, education, precision agriculture, all require connectivity. In rural Iowa, I constantly hear about the need for better connectivity in many areas. However, we also have a good story to tell in other parts of rural Iowa, where carriers have been able to deploy future-proof networks that have closed the digital divide for the communications that serve, like the one being completed by Premier Communications throughout Northwest Iowa. I am glad that we are taking the time today to examine what has worked successfully in deploying rural broadband and where there are opportunities to make improvements. Ms. Prather, as I stated, I believe it's imperative that rural Iowans have the same quality of internet service as people that live in cities. Like your company, many carriers in Iowa have been able to deliver this type of service in rural Iowa. You mentioned in your testimony that you use various types of technology to serve your customers, but that you prefer fiber given its reliability to meet customer needs and now and into the future. Some claim that certain technologies can perform at speeds that have not yet been proved, or based on that claim, many folks, including me, worry that not all providers who were awarded funding under the FCC's Rural Digital Opportunity Fund will have the technical, financial, and operational capabilities to deliver the services they have pledged to deliver, regardless of the technology they are using. This is why I joined a letter earlier this year to the FCC to ensure that money from the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund is used wisely and effectively. Ms. Prather, as a provider who utilizes multiple types of technology in your networks, can you talk about the constraints to using other types of technology besides fiber in rural areas and how they might have concerns? Additionally, can you talk about the scalability and future-proof capabilities of fiber networks as demand for faster speeds and more capabilities increase?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Congressman, and thank you for your support regarding that letter and that initiative. I, too, have worries about some of the money that's gone out the door and what's going to be able to be provided. As you said, we utilize multiple technologies. I know what I can get out of those different technologies today. You make a great point about the reason that we like fiber the most is that it can meet those demands. When we were hit with this sudden surge and intense surge in demand due to COVID, our fiber network was ready to handle it. You make a great point about the reliability and scalability. I've already talked today about how weather affects our fixed wireless assets. We don't have that same problem with fiber optics. Another point is that whenever we need to change out and upgrade some of those radios on our fixed wireless towers, we then have to also upgrade every single customer unit. That's a lot of disruption for the customer. It's also a lot of expense that you may not think about when you initially deploy that type of technology, but the ongoing maintenance is much greater in some of those other networks.
Thank you, Ms. Prather. I have one more question for you, Ms. Prather. So when we look at federal dollars that are going to be used for rural broadband, my concern is that we use them in an efficient way, that we can put in the ground or use them one time, that they can serve for the next 20 or 30 years, because I look at it as infrastructure. When we look at speeds, what speeds are critical when you think out 10 or 20 years? I mean, I'm looking at 100 upload and download speeds. What are your thoughts on the speeds? And when we start looking out 10 to 20 years from now, when we're investing all these dollars federally, what do you think is the best speeds for those dollars?
That's a great question. I think we know how to predict this a little bit. Currently, our speed and our capacity doubles with my customers about every 14 to 16 months. So when you look at 10 to 20 years, that creates a great amount.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Prather. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Ms. Craig of Minnesota, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairman Scott, for yielding and for holding this really important hearing here today. I'd first like to briefly ask unanimous consent to insert into the hearing record a copy of the American Connection Project Broadband Coalition's overview and work completed thus far. The American Connection Project Broadband Coalition represents more than 140 companies and organizations who are working together to bring high-speed internet access to all Americans. It's comprised of a number of Minnesota-based companies and institutions such as Land O'Lakes, the University of Minnesota, and the Mayo Clinic. Mr. Scott, unanimous consent?
Yes, unanimous consent. So.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Addressing the issue of rural broadband deployment, expansion, and funding is one of my top priorities as a member of Congress from Minnesota's 2nd District. I'm also a member of Whip Clyburn's Rural Broadband Task Force, and I'm strongly pushing for us to include a version of the Accessible, Affordable Internet for All Act in our upcoming infrastructure package. The proposal would invest over $94 billion to build high-speed broadband infrastructure in unserved and underserved communities to close the digital divide and ensure Americans have internet connectivity to start businesses from anywhere, learn and work from home, access virtual health care, and stay, of course, connected to our loved ones. It's my hope that Whip Clyburn's bill will again be included in this infrastructure package. With these comments in mind, I would like to direct my first question to our panel on the topic of healthcare, which we have seen during the pandemic is increasingly dependent upon access to the internet. All 4 of you mentioned healthcare in your testimony to us, and Mrs. Robinson, you mentioned specifically how connectivity enables healthcare facilities to deliver critical virtual solutions throughout the community at a time when physical access to rural health facilities is declining. Can you expand upon these thoughts just a little bit more and provide the committee with a few more policy ideas you might support to expand access to health care in our rural communities?
Thank you so much for the question. I want to also mention that Microsoft is a member of the American Connection Broadband Project, and so we support it because it's super important as a way to ensure that we can continue to invest in rural economies. So healthcare is critical, and broadband is an enabler of that. As referenced in my testimony and in your question, we know that many healthcare facilities are actually leaving rural America. People should not be penalized or suffer because they happen to choose to live in a specific place and not have access to first class medical services. And so from our perspective, continuing to provide funding to enable use of telehealth applications is critical as the committee and policymakers think about how best to use and to amplify funding that's going towards deployment of broadband. Really thinking about innovations and applications in that space is critical to ensuring that we can continue to meet the healthcare needs of all citizens, including citizens living in rural areas.
Thank you so much. And of course, thank you to Microsoft for being a part of that wonderful program. I'd like to just follow up with you a little bit more. I know one of my colleagues really asked about, how we improve our broadband mapping. You argue that funding should be prioritized to reach those unserved and underserved communities, but that's going to require comprehensive and accurate broadband availability data and mapping. I also happen to sit on the Energy and Commerce Committee and the Communications and Technology Subcommittee, and I've sort of gone around asking, why we've had such challenges mapping accurately in the past. But I've introduced the Broadband Maps Act, which would establish a task force at the FCC to help with providing us accurate maps so we can make sure that the dollars we're appropriating are getting to exactly the right places. What else, in your opinion, do we need to do to help improve the quality of our maps and to really and honestly determine which areas lack access to broadband?
Thank you for the follow-up question. So continued implementation of the Broadband Data Act is important, and we support your act and anything else that's going to get us in the direction of getting more accuracy in these tools. I think critical to this effort is leveraging multiple sources of data. It can't just be one data source. States and local governments are great labs to show, and oftentimes they're close to the problem and can be an important resource as policymakers try to map the gap, as it were. I would also say use the power of technology. The cloud and machine learning to be able to validate data sources that are being used to evaluate the problem are critical.
Thank you so much, Ms. Robinson. And my time has expired. So with that, I will yield back.
Now we recognize Ms. Fishback of Minnesota.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I just want to thank the chair for having this meeting today on such an incredibly important subject. And thank you to all of the witnesses for taking the time to join us today. Access to broadband internet has become so much of a necessity, and even more so important right now during COVID. But also, it's important to the ag industry, healthcare, as Congresswoman Craig was just pointing out, and to education and to everyday life. And it's a necessity now. And high-speed internet is a key to the world, and you need it to succeed in today's modern world. But farmers need the connectivity for their machinery and their field work. Families need the connectivity for doctor's appointments and school work. Small businesses need the connectivity to engage with suppliers and customers around the world. And in my large rural district, the need for broadband connectivity is very, very real. 1 in 5 farms do not have access to high-speed internet connection. I even have constituents that are out of range for both reliable cell service and broadband connection. That's why I'm glad this committee is prioritizing broadband, and I hope we focus not only on investing in the infrastructure, but also making sure broadband makes it right to people's doors. And it's up to us to make sure that the programs are actually doing what they're intended to do, and that taxpayer dollars are used wisely and efficiently. With millions of Americans still lacking high-speed internet connection, this issue transcends politics, and so I appreciate that we are all here today hearing about what the needs are for broadband. But I do have a couple of questions, Mr. Chair, and Ms. Prather. I've heard delays between when providers are awarded the RUS funding and when they receive those dollars for broadband deployment. And can you speak to some of the issues and problems that may have been causing those delays?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question. So not being behind the curtain, I'm not sure I know exactly what some of those causes are. However, you make good points about there is quite a lag sometimes between when awards are given versus when they are actually dispersed. We do feel like sometimes that has to do with reviews of the applications. And so it may be that reviewing applications beforehand can go a little faster. I'm not sure if that's because there's not enough staff to review the numbers that they get in now that broadband has become such a hot topic. But anything that can be done to maybe put a deadline on when some of that money has to go out the door or those reviews can be done, anything that helps the planning of when we can receive those funds would be very beneficial.
Thank you. And Ms. Prather, so that streamlining the approval process, are there other suggestions that you might have? Because that is one of the big concerns I have, is making sure that we have those dollars. Let's make sure that we're using them properly.
Yes. Anything to be done to streamline permits, anything that's done in an area that's been disturbed before. I think there's streamlines that can be done to utilize past work and not have to not reinvent the wheel.
And Ms. Prather, you mentioned in your testimony the challenges of acquiring access to federal lands and obtaining the required use permits. We talked a little bit about that for construction, but access to those lands and construction. Can you elaborate on those challenges, those particular challenges?
So I don't actually have a lot of federal land in my territory, but other NTCA members do have those challenges, just the access, the permitting process. It's very expensive as well, from what I understand. And so those delays are just difficult, especially when they're trying to plan for a shortened construction season.
Well, and thank you. And maybe Mr. Johnson has something to add on those issues.
No, she made the point very well. That's very true that these are costly, take a lot of time, and delay projects.
Okay, all right. Well, Mr. Chair, I thank the witnesses for their information and I yield back. Thank you.
And now we recognize Ms. Schreier of Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for convening this particular hearing. Broadband access is a critical issue in my district and in Washington state. In fact, my district has a lot of rural territory, and these areas do not have the same access to broadband as urban and exurban parts of the district, where there may be possibility, but you can't afford it. In small Washington state communities, limited rural connectivity for both the internet and telephones means that residents and public agencies can't reliably hold meetings or meaningful public discussions. It creates a two-tiered system like we've been hearing about, where part of our country has access to everything, information, technology, jobs, and the rest is kind of left behind. And lack of broadband access has exacerbated a divide based on wealth or geography, or even between the haves and the have-nots. And the pandemic has made this digital divide even more transparent.
Thank you.
So the free market didn't get electricity to every home. It was the Rural Electrification Act of 1936 that brought electricity to rural America. And likewise, we can't count on the free market alone to get broadband to rural areas. It's really Congress's responsibility to act, and that's why we're here. So during this pandemic, we've seen how the divide has played out in terms of education, remote work, and telemedicine. It's hit harder in rural areas. So that's why I'll soon be introducing legislation to create a year-long competitive grant program available to established state broadband offices with the goal of improving and rolling out broadband connectivity. And the idea is to find the best ideas and then roll them out to the rest of the country. And these are things like mapping and data collection that we've heard about, evaluating broadband costs and local community needs, ways to use different technologies, increasing network resiliency from natural disasters, and most relevant to today's hearing, assisting underserved farmers and growers access technology to increase productivity. And so I have a question for Vicki Robinson from Microsoft. Can you share some of the partnerships that Microsoft has developed to expand rural broadband and advance precision agriculture research and deployment?
Absolutely, and thank you for the wonderful introduction earlier, and thank you for the question. For us, it's never been about connectivity for the sake of connectivity. It's very much about what connectivity can enable. And one of the great things and what we see as a marriage between connectivity and technology is through the precision agriculture opportunity. So by way of one example, I'd like to talk about our work in Washington State with Nelson Farm, where we've leveraged the power of Microsoft platform, FarmBeats, to really provide data-driven smart farming by bringing together the power of the cloud and machine learning to actually enable farmers to do better farming so they could know how to monitor soil monitoring and other planning. And it's all driven by data. So for us, this work is critical in rural America. And we believe that not only FarmBeats, but other Internet of Things applications are critical in order to meet the needs of farmers, which are really the lifeblood of our community, if we think about it in terms of the food that we need and the jobs that are created. And so we would say do more of the same. We support your proposed legislation as another tool in the toolkit as a way to meet the needs of this constituency. And we appreciate the space and your commitment in this work.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. I'm so glad you mentioned FarmBeats because I know everybody on this committee is excited about precision ag as a way to really limit the resources, whether that's inputs, fertilizers, water that we need to have successful agriculture. I have, one more question, and I wanted to touch on the important work going on in Washington State to provide free temporary emergency internet access for Washingtonians who don't have broadband service to their homes. And I know Microsoft Airband has partnered with the Washington State Department of Commerce and Washington State University on this. Can you talk about this initiative and its success in Washington State?
Absolutely. Happy to do so. So for us, in-home broadband connectivity is always a gold standard, but in the pandemic, we wanted to be nimble and be able to meet immediate needs. And so through the partnership that you referenced, we were able to deploy hundreds of Wi-Fi hotspots so that you can use, what are our anchor institutions like libraries in order to get access that was vitally needed during the pandemic. They're also good from a resiliency standpoint. And so we would continue to do investments and believe that it's a good tool to complement broader in-home broadband access activity.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
And now we will hear from Ms. Letlow, our newest member from Louisiana, for her very first question.
Thank you, Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Thompson, members of the committee, and witnesses. I'm honored to join this distinguished committee and to have the opportunity to represent the farmers, ranchers, and loggers of the 5th District of Louisiana. Agriculture is the backbone of my district and is one of the largest economic engines for the area. From rice to cotton to soybean to corn, my district has been blessed with the fertile soil to grow just about anything. It's fitting my very first hearing is on an issue so important to the 5th District and my state. In this day and age, having a reliable and affordable internet connection is crucial to success for businesses and schools, especially in rural America. Bridging the gap on rural broadband connectivity is a top priority that Congress should address on a bipartisan basis. Broadband access affects everyone, Republicans and Democrats alike. In fact, I live in a rural area and see firsthand the major challenges of not having high-speed internet. The congressional district I represent makes up close to 20% of the Louisiana population, covers the largest geographic area, and represents a diverse economic base. Recently, the Louisiana governor created a purposeful statewide Office of Broadband Development and Connectivity, headed by Vineeth Iyengar. Vineeth and I have been communicating about some of the most pressing issues facing rural Louisianians. In April 2019, a report to USDA was drafted evaluating rural broadband infrastructure and next-generation precision agriculture technologies. In that report, the convergence of broadband and agriculture was cited in reducing water usage by 20 to 40% for farmers, reducing chemical application up to 80%, and making farmers more competitive in our markets. The USDA Reconnect program can play an important role in bridging the broadband gap. It is my understanding the rules, like many federal broadband grants, are being rewritten to reflect the pandemic and the importance of increasing broadband access. However, I've heard that the application process is quite cumbersome. My question is to Ms. Prather and the other witnesses. What specific actions can Congress and the department take to ease the application process so it can be more accessible for all?
Thank you, Congresswoman. And first of all, real quick, congratulations on your new committee appointment.
Thank you so much.
Like you, my area is very agriculturally based, and every day we wonder about how we can help that agriculture community thrive. We did work on some Reconnect applications, and to be honest, the biggest problem for us was that some of the mapping of what speeds were available in certain areas was not accurate. We did not have the time to do the necessary work to prove what was available and not available. So for us, we were unable to participate in those programs because of some bad data that we didn't have a chance to fix. So anything that promotes a validation process would at least help with that.
Thank you so much. Any of the other witnesses?
I've added a couple of comments earlier. Yes, the application process could be simplified and accelerated, perhaps by adding more staffing at RUS and the USDA. I also commented on the fact that I don't believe that the speed requirements for the funding is adequate and future-proof. Loan grant, I also forgot to mention the loan grant combination grants are essential. The loan funding in an era of already having pretty low interest rates is not as attractive as getting a grant, to be real honest.
Congresswoman, if I may, from my perspective, it is very essential to have adequate speed, no doubt about it. But think of the quality of life increase from having no access to 25 meg versus increasing 25 to 100. And I believe we should prioritize serving currently unserved region, right? So if there's a choice between serving unserved to 25 and from 25 to 100, I believe we should prioritize the former.
Great. Thank you so much to the witnesses. Chairman, I yield my time.
Thank you very much. And now, Mr. Panetta of California.
Outstanding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to all the witnesses for your time and your preparation and, of course, your testimony. Look, ever since, well, in my limited time in Congress, I can tell you one of the most bipartisan issues that I've come across is rural broadband. I got to say, though, it's very unfortunate that it took a pandemic to get it to this far along in Congress. And I have to say that it's unfortunate that it's taken a pandemic to highlight many of the issues we're experiencing in my congressional district. Obviously, you know, we're taking plenty of steps to try to address these challenges, from San Benito County and looking at, you know, fixed wireless to a small town in southern Monterey County, San Gerardo. You know, they gave them hotspots, but they can't do it because of the geography. Then you have a place like Big Sur, in which they can't necessarily lay down fiber or wires, but they're pivoting to looking at satellites. And then you got a small town of Happy Valley up in Santa Cruz County that we're using the already previously installed telephone lines, but those things are getting degraded and dilapidated, and they're losing internet services at this time. And then you got a town like Salinas that has a lot of internet service, but not enough, especially for certain communities. And that's why there was a picture that went viral of a couple of kids outside in the parking lot in Taco Bell trying to link up their wireless to do homework, according to them. So, you know, look, I think we have to continue providing, you know, hardware to schools for our students. But unfortunately, hardware is useless when you can't have a signal. So I also appreciate the USDA for what they're doing in the Reconnect program to bridge the gap, especially in rural areas. However, the definition of rural doesn't apply to a lot of areas, not just in my district, but in the state of California. So I think it's important that we have these types of conversations, because I do believe we're at a point right now where we're going to see major investments in the next Farm Bill, in the American Jobs Plan as well. But obviously, it takes more momentum, and this type of hearing adds to it. So I appreciate that. So, Mr. Johnson, let me talk to you. Obviously, 80 years ago, Americans decided that rural America needs to be electrified, needs electrification. Give me your opinion as to how you feel basically universal broadband would equal that sentiment of the electrification of rural areas that we had 80 years ago.
I think the sentiment is there, as you mentioned in your earlier remarks. Thank you, Congressman. This is a critical issue, and I think generally agreed upon by everyone involved and affected by it. The need for it is immediately seen by electric cooperatives. We're located in these spaces. We have poles, infrastructure, rights of way that are already here, and our members have come to us. In our case, our members came to us immediately when I took this job in 2016. That was job number one for me, was what are we doing about losing our population? What are we doing about getting access for teleworkers? And with the onset of the pandemic, we saw that this was something that was not just a like to have, it was a need to have, and we were able to respond quickly. And I believe most electric cooperatives are in that position.
Great, thank you. Mrs. Robinson, my next question is for you. I introduced legislation recently called the Boost Act to provide tax credits for next generation broadband equipment to receive wireless and satellite internet signals. However, there's still obviously some questions about the reliability and speed of those signals. How can we ensure new technologies are reliable, and what have you found to be the most promising outside of wired fiber when it comes to this type of reliability in that technology?
Thank you for your question, Congressman. So in the first instance, I think doing things like Dr. Park has alluded to, like test beds, is a great way to kind of vet out and explore technologies. I think providing tax credits to support that kind of effort to vet out technology is critical to this space. In terms of what's promising and what we see our partners using, I would note that one of our partners, RTO Wireless, is working with Dr. Park to use technologies like aerostats. We believe that does hold a lot of promise for being able to close the digital divide. But we also see things like Citizens Broadband Radio Service, low Earth orbiting. The possibilities are endless. It's really about using the right tool for the right use case, be it broadband or narrowband.
Thanks again. Thanks again to the witnesses. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Mr. Hagedorn from Minnesota.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for holding this hearing, and thanks to the witnesses, and also thanks to our ranking member, Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania. Well, it's a very important hearing. I mean, when I was running for Congress and then wanted to be on this committee, one of the main reasons was simply to sustain rural America. There are a lot of disadvantages out there in the rural communities as compared to the bigger cities, and I think they need extra attention and focus, and this is certainly one of them. You know, having access to the internet and broadband services like this is just a basic infrastructure issue. I think we've heard from many of the members and witnesses that would say it's nothing different than electricity or water or sewer or anything else, roads, bridges. Because if we don't have this access in rural communities, and I live in a small town of 3,000, got a lot of rural folks in the farming community around me, you don't have that opportunity for education, business, and then of course, telemedicine, which has become so important, particularly to some of our elderly residents that can't get out and about as much. So I think if we want to continue to preserve rural America and our rural way of life, this is something that we have to tackle. Now, I am very, very interested in the fact that these witnesses have talked about the differences in some of the broadband capabilities. I want to talk about that in just a second. I do appreciate my colleagues on both sides of the aisle really stepping up. This is a pretty bipartisan committee, and this is a very bipartisan issue, and it's great that we're all working together for this common goal. But I guess I'll start with Ms. Prater. If you need broadband for really important things, telemedicine, education, businesses that can't have to be online all the time, should we be striving for the fiber as to get that last mile to the home through fiber? And what are the basic differences between that and the wireless that's available today?
Thank you, Congressman. And I just want to say I'm coming to you today from rural America, from a town of 2,500 people, so much like you described where you were from as well. That's a great question. And I do think there is a place for all of these technologies. When we talk about test beds, I think that's a great way to test these things out. But I would be concerned about testing that out in a place that doesn't have connectivity today. Because should it not work out that well, should it not be as reliable as a fiber optic technology, we don't want to leave those customers behind even longer than they've already been left behind. You know as well as I do, in rural America, we don't have a metro area covering our weather, for example. So when we have spring storms coming through, our customers are reliant upon their internet service. I use Twitter to see what storms are coming in the Storm Chaser reports. There's no other way to get that information. So I think it's public safety and to have a reliable connection like that. We also know that every sector of rural America is using more and more connectivity, whether it's agriculture, education, telehealth. Everyone's expanding all at once. And so when you've got a limited amount of resources to put towards rural America, you want to use something that will last for decades.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, my experience in getting around the district and talking with folks and some of the companies that provide these services, and right in my hometown of Blue Earth, you have BevCom, and I know how important they are to the local community and how they help out. So I think if we have an opportunity to choose whether or not we're going to go with our local providers and people that can deliver that very, very high quality, I think we should do that as opposed to maybe a company that's from far away that really doesn't have that much interest in the community other than providing a service. I mean, I think of Christensen Communications. I was in Medelia, Minnesota, probably 8 months ago. And when all the kids had to go to digital learning, all of a sudden there were a lot of people in town that didn't have access to the internet. They were capable of getting it, but they didn't. And that company stepped up and actually provided it to them. So I think sometimes the rural electric cooperatives, the local cable companies, and others are really going to look out for what's going on in our small communities and our rural areas. And, the jobs that they provide are also important too. So hopefully, if it comes down to either or, we can go as local as possible. That would be my recommendation. But thank you for your testimony. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to Ms. Acne from Mr. Saban from the Northern Mariana Islands. You're recognized. She's not here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the witnesses as well. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing on this very important issue. As many of you know, and maybe some of you don't know, I represent the Northern Mariana Islands, which is situated approximately 6,000 miles from San Francisco and maybe 8,000 miles from Washington, D.C., which receives broadband through undersea fiber optic cables. Actually, 2 fiber optic cables. The Department of Commerce, the Commonwealth Government Department of Commerce published a survey in 2014, and rather old survey, but about broadband usage on Saipan, Tinian, and Rota. These are the 3 populated islands. And at that time, even approximately 53% had access to broadband. But 7 in 10 of the households without broadband claimed the monthly cost as the biggest impediment or deterrent to their having broadband. This has actually been made worse in the pandemic when schools had to go into a virtual. So we were able to locate money and have MoFi. The first time I heard of this word was MoFi or MiFi. Secured them on buses, and they would go out to the villages, and that's when students were able to access the internet. But so now in 2021, cost remains the biggest deterrent to broadband access, along with dark spots in connectivity and the threat of typhoons disrupting the undersea cables and therefore interrupting service. And as a matter of fact, a storm did damage to one of the fiber optic cable, and we were with no connection at that time for 4 days. 4 days actually. So of the 5 active USDA broadband programs in fiscal years 2019 and 2020, the Northern Marianas did not receive any funding. And as you can imagine, how we're talking here about rural, we're talking in my district, we're just talking about completely rural, completely removed. So Ms. Robinson, your testimony focused on the fact that one size does not fit all, and I agree with you. So the Marianas, along with other territories or the state of Hawaii and Alaska, have unique challenges when it comes to broadband. So what can the U.S. Department of Agriculture do to not only bolster infrastructure in the Pacific, but also make it affordable, fill the dark spots of connectivity, and provide future-proof fix up, strengthen the undersea cables?
Thank you for your question. I think it's super important that the committee think about attacking this issue from 2 different angles. First, from a deployment standpoint, making sure that you use a variety of different tools in order to meet the needs. You talked about the fact that the cables went down. Having access to different technologies is important from a redundancy standpoint, so that if something goes down and you have competition within the market, you're able to meet that need and continue to ensure that people have critical access to broadband connectivity. And so as you think about funding deployments, doing so in a way where it's technology neutral and optimizing for technologies that are cost effective, that has the benefit of providing more tools within a given geography, but also it should help on the side of the affordability of the actual service itself. And so I think it's important that the committee think about both sides of the coin, both the deployment itself being cost effective, but also ensuring that you can build upon things that are now focused on addressing things like you talked about, the homework gap. And you now have a temporary benefit in thinking about how to attack affordability from a long-term permanent perspective will be really critical as the committee thinks through, and we as a nation really think through, how do we get people not just access to the internet, but actually connected to the internet?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's just more difficult when, one of the islands I represent is just 30 miles from Guam. And Guam, of course, besides having more economic activity, Guam has the military, and therefore there's more ways for Guam to, connect with fiber optics through the ocean. As a matter of fact, our fiber optics come from Guam. But my time is up. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Sablon. And as you know, I'm well aware of your unique crisis and challenges in Northern Mariana Islands. And certainly appreciate Ms. Robinson for pointing out how we can approach your unique situation. Now, I believe it's Ms. Gamek, I'm sorry. You are now recognized. 5 minutes.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to all the witnesses for being here virtually. I know it's been a little bit of a lengthy day, but thank you for hanging in there with us. One of the first action items that my office took on this year was in-depth discussions with constituents throughout the district and various stakeholders about this very topic of rural broadband. And constituents have really shared with me over the years how the gaps in broadband and technology have impacted almost every aspect of their daily life. Farmers have struggled to implement precision technology. Our teachers and students have struggled on the education front. People have struggled to work from home. Doctors have struggled to stay in touch with their patients. And small businesses have struggled to deliver goods and services due to a lack of connectivity. Now, at this time, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record the following FCC broadband deployment map illustrating my district's gaps in fixed wireless service. Now, you can see here
Thank you.
Oh, there we go.
No, I said so ordered.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
As you all can see from the yellow and lime green, and basically covering this whole area that is my district in north central northeast Florida, that we lack connectivity pretty much across the entire district and region. And according to the FCC's latest broadband deployment report, over 90,000 constituents across my district struggle to obtain basic access of speeds of 25/3. In fact, the town of McIntosh in my district has sadly been recognized as the worst connected city in Florida. And in 2021, it's just simply unacceptable. So jumping into some of the questions, I wanted to start with Ms. Robinson. And I know you've answered this before, but just if you could recap and maybe expand a little bit. In your view, what are some of the key steps being taken to produce maps that more accurately reflect broadband service across the country? Because that's one of our biggest challenges, is just identifying the very basic baseline of how can we get a starting point and measure success and quantify it moving forward?
Thank you for your question. I think the first step has happened. Congress has passed the Broadband Data Act, which is a critical first step in the journey to get a better view of around what is actually the scope of the problem that we deal with. Not only did you pass the act, you actually funded it. Congress has actually funded that. And so now the FCC is doing the important work of actually implementing that act. And we understand that they've put together a task force that will be really critical to ensuring that they have multiple data sets to inform their view around sizing the problem of the gap, be it at the federal, state, local level. So that's important work doing that coordination. And I would also submit coordinating with tribal entities and other actors as well. There's also data sets that can be leveraged from the private sector. Microsoft itself has looked at this problem based on our usage data, meaning the speeds at which our customers are being able to have, from a customer experience perspective, download or have interactions with our products in the marketplace. And we see that there's gaps there. And so as we as a country try to get our arms around that, it will be critical to bring these various data sets together, use the power of the cloud and machine learning to actually validate inaccuracies, and then make that available to the public for comment as well. So things are moving in the right direction. So I would say more of the above, but also challenge and to continue to use resources from the private sector as well as part of this exercise.
Excellent. Thank you, Mrs. Robinson. The next question that I have is for Dr. Park. A common complaint that I hear over and over again is grants that have been received by different stakeholder entities within our district and our region. And for one reason or another, the service just never seems to reach its intended audience. So these municipalities, these different groups get stuck with this program and they're still left with no service. So how can we make sure that federal programs don't track customers with ineffective technology?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say that, previously some of the technologies, specifically with wireless technology, I don't think it was lack of standard. First of all, there was no standard established, and there was really no dedicated spectrum or frequency for serving residents. But now that has changed. So there's now LTE standard that allows wireless technology to be upgradable without doing a further improvement on the customer premises equipment. And with the CBRS, there is now a dedicated spectrum that allows wireless technology providers to provide services without interference.
Thank you very much.
I think those innovative technology.
Thank you. Your time has expired, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we have Miss Sydney Axney of Iowa. Oh, and it's her birthday. Happy birthday to you. Well, Frank Sinatra, I'm not. But happy birthday to a dear friend, Miss Sydney Axney of Iowa. You are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for our witnesses for being here today. No better topic to be discussing on my birthday than broadband, something that Iowa is desperately in need of. So glad we're having this. And I don't need to rehash exactly what all of my colleagues are saying about the fact that we need to make sure everybody in this country has broadband. Listening to Representative Gammack there in northern Florida, it's no different than it is in Iowa. And of course, this pandemic only exacerbated the issues that we're facing when we don't have connectivity across this country. I've had the opportunity to spend the last couple of years working with the Rural Broadband Task Force to put together our bill that's being included in the infrastructure package to bring broadband investment of $100 billion across this country, and to address my colleague Kat Gammack's concern, also getting to those mapping issues. So a very solid bill. One thing we've spent a lot of time talking about in this task force is that we've got to future-proof it to make sure that we've got agreement with providers to continue to support it so that nobody falls behind again. As we look to investments like this, I'd like to focus a bit on how we can better coordinate and share information across the federal broadband programs. I think we've got about 50 different programs right now, and we've got state programs. I spent a decade in state government actually talking about this way long ago. And I'm glad we've got the Access Broadband Act, which we passed last year, of course, to help us with this. But we've got a lot more work to do. And when I was working at the state, as I mentioned, the lack of coordination across those programs was literally one of the biggest issues that was so frustrating for us to make sure everybody had broadband. And I'm glad that the task force that we put together points out that we've got to have required coordination between federal and state programs. So, Mr. Johnson, I believe you said in your testimony that your co-op has used FCC broadband funding, but not USDA's programs. I'm wondering if you could share one thing that you think the FCC does well that we could bring over to the USDA and vice versa.
Yes, thank you, Congresswoman. The simplest answer to that, and most direct, is that it's easier. It's simpler. The maps are generated in the RDOF program by the FCC. They distribute them to everybody. They specify available grant dollars that will be available, and they conduct a reverse auction according to strict rules. Fair playing field for everybody. We feel that fiber and 100/100 service should be favored as it is, but the fact is the application is much simpler. The process is simpler.
So any thoughts on what the USDA is doing or could be doing better, or is that the one suggestion we should be taking from the FCC?
Well, yeah, I mean, there are others, their package, their loan grant packaging is, relatively speaking, not as desirable to us. The applications themselves give a point system allotment to passing libraries, community centers, things of this nature. And we're talking about rural here. So that's where our libraries are in the communities that are already served. So putting extra points into a system for that type of, a farm should be perhaps get extra points, if you understand what I mean.
I like that idea.
Right. And I think the process is slow. The funding that's granted, once it's awarded, it takes, we have a specific co-op that took over 500 days to get their first money. That's
Okay, thank you. Mr. Prather, I'd ask the same question to you. You talked about providers spending 2 years and I think $250,000 just to get a loan from the USDA. Is that one of the biggest things that we need to address, is the efficiency of it, or do you have other suggestions that we could move from one program to another to help us?
That's another great point, and I would second what Mr. Johnson said. It is a much more difficult application process. We actually have some private loans because those were much easier to get than going through the full RUS process. Absolutely.
Well, thank you. One thing I think everyone in broadband has heard a ton about is the issues with mapping. Rep. Gamet brought it up. The FCC is currently updating their maps, and there's other efforts in states like Iowa as well. Last question, Ms. Prather or Mr. Johnson, do you think we could benefit from improving the coordination of maps we use to determine where to put the funding? And could we get a really good set of maps there that both the USDA and FCC and NTIA could all use together?
Very quickly, I think using one definition for underserved or unserved will go a long way in helping that coordination too.
I agree. Yes, I think one agency perhaps could be the clearing agency for all the data.
If I'm hearing you all correctly, we need coordination in moving this forward. It will create a more efficient and effective structure to roll this out across the country. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. And now, Mr. Austin Scott, my friend from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to say thank you to the people who are testifying here. I'm sorry that I had to step off briefly. I'm on the Armed Services Committee, and we're having a lot of discussions about Afghanistan, as you can imagine. And I know other members are in those meetings as well. So just thank you for understanding what some of the other things going on up here. Mr. Park, you alluded to something that I think is going to be a big part of our debate going forward. And it is the 25 megabits versus 100 megabits. We've got some extremely influential people who have legislation to change the definition from 25 to 100. Could you allude on what you were talking about a little bit more, 0 to 25 versus 25 to 100, and the importance for rural America of keeping it at the 25?
I'm not advocating to keeping at 25, but my point was that if we had a choice between serving a person with nothing to 25 and improving the speed from 25 to 100, it should absolutely be the former. We do not want to set a policy to hinder some operators and providers to reach currently unserved people from providing 25.
Okay, so one of my concerns is that we watched an extreme population shift from rural America to urban America, and part of that has got to do with industry and jobs. I mean, people are moving closer to where they work, and obviously, if you're manufacturing in the United States today, if you're in any type of industry in the United States today, the access to the internet is just as important as access to water, access to power, access to labor. And so my concern is if you change the definition from 25 to 100, then all of a sudden a lot of people who are already served at that 25 megabits will take precedent over people who currently have little to no service at all. And so I think that's just a definition that we as the Ag Committee, those of us who represent rural America, need to be very careful of, and that it seems like it's not a big change. But when it comes to the money that is set aside for rural America and broadband for rural America, it is going to make a lot of other people eligible for it. And my fear is that it shifts the focus from rural America to areas which are already served with the 25 megabytes a second. But thank you for clarifying that. I think you've got very interesting technology with the blimps. And the tether, does the tether actually have fiber in it, or are you linking wirelessly to a tower?
Yes, it is tethered by the cable, fiber. So it's fiber. Fiber is connected to the aerostat, and from the aerostat, there is a wireless antenna and radios that is transmitting signals down.
Fair enough. And so, Ms. Prather, you talked about the middle mile. The Ag Committee in the last Farm Bill, we put language in there to support the middle mile and that build out. Unfortunately, the Appropriations Committee did not put funding in there for the additional build out of the middle mile. Could you speak to how important it is in the build out of the wholesale infrastructure to rural broadband?
Yes, thank you, Congressman. That's a great question and a very important part that we have not talked about very much today. While it is important to serve those last mile consumers, if you don't have enough backhaul to get it back to the internet at large, you're going to hit a roadblock there, and they're still not going to get that service. And not only that, but allowing companies to build out maybe even a redundant middle mile network can be very beneficial. We actually hopped on to a benefit from another provider through a different program that allowed us to have multiple accesses to different internet presences. We go to Dallas and we go to Austin. So things happen, fibers get cut. If something happens between us and Dallas, all of our traffic can go to Austin. So that is a very important part of the puzzle too.
Well, thank you all for what you're doing. And again, we need to watch the definitional change from 25 to 100. I think that would shift some of the funds that have been set aside for rural America to have that build out to 25 from the truly rural areas to the more metropolitan areas. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you very much. And now, Ms. Alma Adams of North Carolina. You are now
Thank you,
recognized.
Chairman Scott. Thank you, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Thompson for hosting the hearing today. And thank you to all our witnesses for their testimony. While my district is substantially urban and suburban, I understand the urgency and importance of this issue. Even in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, and particularly in low-income areas of my district, we have broadband deserts, which don't have access to quality high-speed internet. Our work here in Congress is helping to address this. The city of Charlotte recently announced that it'll be using $3 million in funding from the CARES Act to make important investments to promote digital inclusion and equity across our city. So I know how important it is that we bridge these divides and ensure that all Americans have access to broadband. And so, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you and Ranking Member Thompson for convening the hearing today to talk about how we can tackle these troubling disparities facing rural communities. According to the Census Bureau, about 30% of rural America is comprised of historically marginalized communities. And as we know, COVID-19 pandemic has laid bare the inequities across our country. And one such inequity is the disparity in Americans' access to dependable and affordable broadband. This particularly impacts our students who've had to learn from home, and our universities, specifically our HBCUs, and our minority serving institutions, who had to get equipped quickly to operate in a virtual world. So given that so many of our HBCUs are in the South and are part of rural America, it's vital that they be included in any rural broadband conversation. Ms. Robinson, is there anything that Microsoft and your Airband ISP partners are doing to address the needs of these groups in rural America? In particular, I'm interested to hear more about the recent partnership between Microsoft Philanthropies and the 1890 Foundation. So could you speak more about that partnership?
Absolutely, and thank you so much for the question. From our perspective, working to connect anchor institutions is a key way to actually extending out and meeting the needs of the whole community, particularly when you're talking about working and trying to reach historically marginalized groups. And that's a key priority for us as we build out and do this work in rural America. And so as a part of our recent partnership with the 1890 Foundation through Microsoft Philanthropies, I'm pleased to share that we, from an Airband perspective, will be working with the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff to extend connectivity for precision farming. And that's really exciting to think about thinking about the mission of that of land-grant universities like University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff to show the power of connectivity and support related research in that space. But not only are we working to provide connectivity to enable precision agriculture as part of that work, from an Airband perspective, we also want to ensure that when staff members and faculty leave the campus, that they also have access to connectivity, because we understand that often is the case. They may have connectivity on campus, but when they get home, they are in a broadband desert, as you talk about. And so working through our partner, Aristotle Unified Communications, we're excited about that work and the learnings that we'll be able to take to replicate that across the country.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Let me move on quickly to the rest of the panelists. What role do you think 1890 land-grant institutions can play in helping to provide connectivity in rural communities?
Well, thank you for that question. So one of the unique roles that WIN plays is by working very closely with Purdue University. As we gather data and as we work with these innovative technologies and put them to use, we have access to how it's performing, the data is we're collecting, and we share that with the researchers and educators in the university, again, to advance the innovation further. So I think it's a critical partnership as we move forward to solve this digital divide together.
Okay, we've got about 45 seconds. Is there another response from another panelist? Okay.
We've cooperated with research that's being conducted at Cornell University regarding the feasibility of nonprofit developments in some of the hard to reach areas. And we feel these partnerships and this data and this research is very valuable.
Okay. Mr. Robinson, Native American communities on tribal lands have lacked reliable access. So can you speak a little bit about that? We just have about 15 seconds.
Absolutely. It is a key issue, and we have various partners that are stepping up to meet the need to expand connectivity on tribal lands, including Sacred Wind Communications, who's serving access to Navajo country in the state of New Mexico, as well as Native Network, who is extending broadband access in the state of Arizona and Washington, again, specifically laser focused on closing the gap for Indigenous communities.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Adams. And I thank you for lifting up the important role that our 1890s land-grant African American colleges and universities are playing. They're playing a very important role and certainly will be playing an important role in our efforts to bring broadband to all of our rural communities. Thank you for that. And now, Ms. Miller of Illinois, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, I would like to thank the chairman, the ranking member, my colleagues on this committee, and our witnesses for coming together to discuss such a critically important topic. As a farmer myself, I know how important rural broadband is to advance the future of American farming. The agricultural industry continues to become more technologically sophisticated, and reliable connectivity is essential to make sure American farms can utilize new technology. I know this firsthand. Of course, American farmers aren't the only ones who need better rural broadband. As our world becomes more technologically centered, the digital divide becomes more stark in rural America. The COVID-19 pandemic has particularly highlighted this digital divide. In healthcare, Americans increasingly use telehealth to access healthcare. Those lacking reliable internet connections struggle to access this option. Additionally, many schools closed their doors and started online instruction, and families found themselves struggling to get their children online to do their work. Eventually, the pandemic will end, but the need for reliable broadband connectivity will continue. I'm committed to working toward expanding broadband access, and I'm glad to be discussing this issue today. Dr. Park, you described rural areas as digitally diverse in your testimony. Can you explain that? It's a notion that I think a lot of people might not understand if they've not spent time in rural communities. How does that make rural networks different from urban networks?
Thank you for that question. So we all know that urban is obviously uniformly dense and can support high concentrations of towers. The urban problem for broadband is congestion of the network, right? In rural areas, broadband service is challenged by areas that are sparsely populated, with a few areas that have high numbers of population. And density within the area could also change over time. For example, county fairs last a couple of weeks, creating a temporary pockets of density that needs service. There are migrant and seasonal workers come and go, and they bring kids, and they need education. So to solve this in the urban way, rural networks would have to greatly overbuild to handle the worst case scenario. So we think a technology like an aerostat can help because it covers a large area with a fixed capacity, but really does not care where the people are in the area as long as that total count remains fairly constant. I would also say, again, IoT is another very important source of diversity in rural areas because the agriculture is such an important part of the rural community. And with the sensor-based technology that needs its own connectivity in the farmland. So the bottom line is that the rural connectivity needs are not always what they seem to be. They're complex, dynamic, and then really don't lend themselves to one-size-fits-all solutions.
Thank you. And Dr. Park, towards the end of your testimony, you mentioned the Indiana GPS study and shared some interesting insights from it. Namely, that closing the digital divide and accelerating digitalization are keys to prosperity. Can you talk more about that report and more about what digitization means to rural communities, please?
Sure. So that report came about in a very critical time in the state of Indiana. And the key finding of that report was that Indiana is actually lagging its productivity compared to national average. And its number one recommendation to resolve that issue was digitalization, meaning more of adopting technologies in farms and advanced manufacturing sectors. How do we accelerate the adoption of technologies so that these industry sectors can grow quickly and increase productivity. And so obviously, in order to digitalize these industry sectors, we need connectivity. So they come very much hand in hand with our state's new priority of digitalization and really making this infrastructure as robust as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Park, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. And now Ms. Plaskett of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much to the chairman and to the ranking member for convening this hearing. And I really want to thank our guests for being here as well and sharing some incredible information with us. This has been really helpful as we continue the discussion of broadband deployment and how it fits in with the Biden administration and the jobs bill that we are all working on right now to move America forward and to build back better. I wanted to ask Ms. Prather or Mr. Johnson, can you talk about the cost of broadband network deployment versus maintenance? What are the resources most helpful to communities or providers to ensure good network maintenance? I think especially about in my district of the Virgin Islands, maintenance is so key when we have tremendous issues of natural disaster and weather that may cause broadband deployment, and not just the deployment, but eventually the maintenance of broadband to be problematic.
That's a great question, and I'll take a crack at it from our perspective. You bring up a great point that there are two distinct costs associated with deploying quality broadband networks. That initial investment to get the network to the consumer, and then that ongoing maintenance. These networks are built to last for decades. And so if we have the ability to make the business case for a service provider to be there and to continue to make those investments in the customer service and the maintenance, that is what creates the ability for a network to last as long as it should.
I could add, pardon me, thank you, Congresswoman, that the startup costs for construction are the heaviest lift. Operations, of course, will be ongoing. Hopefully the business model will support by pricing and having the availability of extra benefit programs like the emergency program and Lifeline, which should be enhanced, would also help cash flow these businesses. We operate at cost of an electric cooperative, so as a nonprofit, we have a slight advantage in that respect.
Can I ask you, Mr. Johnson, in talking about the startup, I know that this committee has talked quite a bit about how to extend broadband, but when I think about places like the Virgin Islands or my colleague also on the committee, Mr. Sablan, one of the concerns we have is that we really need support in incentivizing companies and others, particularly private sector, to deploy in communities in which payment costs are not going to be as robust. What are some of the mechanisms that we as legislators can put into some of this legislation to incentivize and to support service providers and others to go into areas where it may not be as cost effective or profitable?
Right, and I think that the grant approach is the way to go in these situations where high costs and low revenue potentials are out there in the region that's to be served. So grant availability is critical, and operational expense subsidies as well. Otherwise, these they can't be sustained. So, and as I mentioned, the affordability options such as the emergency broadband project, that should be made permanent, in perhaps in the form of enhancing the Lifeline benefit that's available now.
Thank you. One last, another question I had was the relationship between if in areas in which municipal broadband exists, and it there with ISPs, with internet service providers. Have you seen instances in which that conflict sometimes, which naturally may exist, has been overcome? And before answering that question, I just want to reach out to Ms. Robinson with Microsoft. It's been so good to hear your testimony. I'm excited about some of the work that you're doing in Indian country, and hopeful that you could potentially have a conversation with those of us from the territories about how Microsoft can be supportive in areas outside of the mainland. That would just be a fantastic discussion.
To have that discussion, and thank you for the question. I will point out that we are working in Puerto Rico. So we are keen to work outside of the mainland in terms of solving this problem, because we realize that it's a national problem and it's not restricted to the mainland. So we'd love to continue the conversation around what more we could do to expand broadband access to the territories.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And now we'll hear from Mr. Balderson of Ohio.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and thank you for everyone being here. My first question goes to Mr. Park and Mr. Johnson. Mr. Park, you may answer first, and then Mr. Johnson can follow. Are there technologies that we should deploy in specific areas? Are there technologies we should not deploy in certain areas? And final is it more effective to use a one-size-fits-all approach, or should we be more granular with our technology deployment?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. I think it comes down to really balance, right? Fiber certainly has a lot of advantages, as we talked about, but it does have disadvantage of being costly. And also, it takes time, longer time to deploy typically. And so it's really about, is it more important to deploy in areas that are currently unserved rapidly, right? I think the key is rapidly, to perhaps provide a 25 meg service, 50 meg services using alternative technologies like Aerostat. And I'm not proposing, again, one technology solves everything. So I think there is a way to coordinate with local partners, because each region has its own unique profile, its regional partners. And so we have to let the regional partners work together to provide adequate technologies to provide the services that's needed.
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, I would urge deployment of fiber. The FCC's approach has been to give additional credit in bidding processes to those entities that can provide faster service. We also need to look at the reliability of the network that's being built. Many of these other technologies, cellular as well, are dependent upon fiber access. So the old saying goes, cellular follows fiber. So that is the proven and robust tech that's out there, very long-term and easily expandable for future needs.
Thank you. My next question is for you, Mr. Johnson. Your network is fiber network, some pretty rural country. How did you decide that fiber was the right fit for your needs, and what role did federal assistance play in that decision?
Right. Thanks, Congressman. Again, one of our experience here was that fixed wireless was inadequate. We have rolling hills and lots of deciduous trees with leaves, so we had latency and service interruptions. And the same applied for satellite. We had weather issues. We ran a satellite broadband business. We had people buying data, additional data, so they were spending $200-300 a month in some cases. Those who are high-tech workers, and those high-tech workers are exactly who we want to keep in our region. So fiber became the default decision and the long-term decision, so that we can support these other perhaps other cellular towers and other things that may develop.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my remaining time. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I recognize Mr. Lawson of Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would like to welcome everyone to the committee. And, you know, in the staff report, they said that if many of the farmers, I guess in the rural areas, had access to the internet and broadband, that it could increase the bottom line with about their bottom line by maybe 40, 45, or $60 billion. And to the staff, I need someone to explain that to me, because I know for the last several years, we've had issues with hurricanes and so forth. And as Congressman actually talked about in Iowa and so in the area about how they needed access. I understand a great deal, a little bit about education and getting education outlets to them, but I'm trying to see if someone there can tell me, because, you know, most farms are located quite a distance from other farms in certain areas in what some people would consider to be remote areas besides rural. How this access is going to increase the bottom line of farmers? And that's open to the panel.
Well, without actually being a farmer, I can't tell you maybe the very specifics of it, but I'll give you an example. Like I had talked about earlier, we have a lot of dairy farmers in the area, and I know other agriculture happens the same way. They are able to upload information to their providers to make things happen much more efficiently than, like you said, they're a long way from town, having to go into town to talk about what they need. They can do all of that electronically and have instant access to their vets, to their other consultants, to other resources. So they're not spending as much time trying to do an information trade, but can make it happen automatically. We also have cattle ranchers who are able to participate in online auctions, so they can stay on their farm and do other chores and things that they need to do while still participating in the auctions of their cattle.
But does anyone else want to comment on that on the panel?
I'd be happy to comment on that and appreciate the question. I think when we think about how having access can be transformative for farmers, is that if you are able to connect the farm, but also the farmlands, it enables farmers to lean in to use technologies like Internet of Things to do things like smart farming, data-driven farming, that if you're able to do that by pairing connectivity and technology, that can translate into improved productivity and your bottom line, because you're able to use the power of data to marshal your resources as you go about doing the work of farming. So I would say that in a very specific way. And then just more generally, there's lots of scholarship on anecdotal information to suggest that broadband connectivity is directly correlated to growth and improvement from a socioeconomic standpoint when you have it in communities. So I would offer these things as data points that may be relevant to your question.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question for Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you can recall how rural electric, came, all over the country, and the significant impact that it had on many of them. And I guess I might have been one living in a rural area, because I can remember when we got electricity, when my brother and I was staying up all night to see when the light was going to go off, because we wasn't really used to having electric lights, and it came because of rural electric. What is the significant cost is going to be to get broadband into all of these particular areas? Now, there was a cost in getting electricity out in the rural areas, and I know my time is getting, but what is going to be the cost to get it into the rural areas, broadband, on the average person who participates with it?
I guess I'm not real clear on the question. What the cost would be on a monthly basis, you mean, or an aggregate basis nationwide?
Will it be on a average base for the actual person, the same as rural electricity, how it came down?
Right. Yeah. I mean, electric cooperatives, as you know, operate as nonprofits, so we offer service at cost, and that's our objective. with our pricing. And that's why we pursue as many grants as we possibly can to fund this opportunity. Low interest loans are helpful, and that's what funded REA, but this is a grassroots movement. Our members demand the service. They demand comparable service to what's available in urban and ex-urban areas. So we address their needs and do the best we can to get to them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That I yield back.
Thank you. And now, Mr. LaMaffa of California.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. And for our panelists here today. So, as is the craziness around here, I had to step out for a while here, but I appreciate your information you can impart to us here. So, just for a second, Mr. Prather was, I think, mentioned earlier about we're talking about the challenges of acquiring the access to federal land in order to move broadband infrastructure in, and the reviews and permits, it takes forever, doing stuff like as far as trimming trees on Forest Service land. It's just a terrible process. So if you have any input you'd like with us on how we can further streamline that in the future, but I think that question's been posed today. So I also want to talk about building things correctly the first time. Okay. Now, in the 2008 Recovery Act, we had some missteps back then. So this is both for Mr. Johnson and Ms. Prather. And sorry about that. So the federal government has spent billions to build broadband. Some of them are still operating right now. And so we know that the service could be substandard, and we know that many are only about halfway through their agreements. So how do we step it up and make sure that broadband, when it's not only on the way, but it will stay in place and at a good quality of service through the lifetime of the loan and the grant process? So Ms. Prather, Mr. Johnson.
That's a great question. Thank you, Congressman. I think it is very important, like you said, to try to tie that service to the life of the asset. If we're going to put these assets in play, we want to make sure that they are still available for their useful life over decades. I think there's some really great ideas out there about tying the length of loans and grants to what you're providing. That goes along in hand with what speed we considered unserved may be very different from a speed that we want to build to. Just because we have a certain minimum standard of speed, we may not need to change that for what is deemed served, but why would we want to build to that minimum threshold? So making sure that as we make more grants and funds available, that we really are looking to the future and building towards what we need. I think your second point is excellent about we want to make sure that those networks can sustain themselves. That's an important component of universal service, and that's what affords an affordable rate over the life of that network. Mr. Johnson mentioned Lifeline, the high cost program. All of those programs affect a different component, but work in tandem to keep those rates affordable and those networks sustainable.
I would only add, Congressman, that I think that especially in the example of the FCC regarding the Rural Development Opportunity Fund, we need to vet bidders before they bid. It's too late in the process to make an award to a bidder that's unqualified and is subsequently denied access to the funding. We need it to be done ahead of time. Reconnect, same thing. Community Connect, all the USDA funds need to have vetting before awards are made.
All right. Thank you on that, both of you. Mr. Johnson, previously there was a discussion about a member-led decision process could be perhaps more productive or efficient. So why would the members want to shoulder more of this investment, especially as complex as it can be?
Thanks, Congressman. Yes, the members see that this is an essential service now, that it has now gone from what we previously thought maybe was a luxury to an absolute necessity, especially with the onset of the pandemic. Many of the kids were at home schooling. Workers were put back home out of work unless they were able to telework. Patients needed access for telemed, et cetera. So it's a grassroots In our case, we saw grassroots. My directors spoke to me when I first came on board and said, look, we have to solve this problem. People are, tourists are coming to our area, getting out of their cars and looking at their phones and saying, good Lord, I don't have a single bar here. So we knew that there was an issue, and that's the members demanded the action. We took on what we thought we could handle in terms of financing, and our members have been ecstatic that we've made that effort.
Let's touch back on Mr. Johnson for a moment too, with the USDA and the Rural Utility Service. Kind of touches on one of my hot points with dealing with those agencies. Procedural barriers to working with them. Can you elaborate a little more on the barriers and how we can address them, and if there's still time, Ms. Prather, too?
Yes, we have seen procedurally barriers, entity barriers, in that we need more flexibility on the type of entities that would qualify for financing. Most cooperatives, of course, qualify, but we work with subsidiaries and partners also that may not be the traditional form of a rural utility or electric cooperative. And I pointed out some of the application issues that they're quite burdensome and work on a point system, require a lot of documentation and data gathering, make those options quite expensive and somewhat prohibitive for small organizations.
Thank you very much.
Do you have anything to add on what you see as those procedural barriers and a fix?
Yeah, procedurally, I don't have a lot more to add on that. No, I don't.
Sorry, I was throwing that to Ms. Prather. Sorry, Ms. Johnson. Thank you.
Okay. Just submit your question for the record. I've given you a little extra time here, but we want to be fair to everyone. Now I recognize Mr. Johnson of South Dakota for 5 minutes.
Thank you much, Mr. Chairman, and this is an issue of great interest to me. Before coming to Congress, I was the vice president of a engineering consultant, a broadband engineering and consulting firm based out of Mitchell, South Dakota. We did a lot of wireless builds. We did a lot of fiber builds, about 8,000 miles a year of fiber optic cable, serving the most rural communities in the country. So I have listened with interest to what our witnesses have said today. You know, what's interesting is we talk about 80 or 100 billion dollars in some of these packages to deploy toward broadband. Obviously, at the conceptual level, that is good news. It's welcome news. We want to get America connected. As somebody who's been in the industry, I've got a little bit more concern about our ability to actually deploy that in a time and cost efficient manner. And so I want the take on some of from some of the panelists about that. And just to give my colleagues on the committee some context, I mean, the first RDOF auction, which really transformed the rural broadband industry, put a tremendous amount of money on the street, more than $9 billion. That really had an impact on people's ability to get a hold of fiber optic cable, get a hold of wireless parts. It really flooded the zone with a tremendous and, of course, much needed investment. I mean, as we talk about an investment perhaps 10 times that large, should we keep particular things in mind, panelists, about the time frame that should be deployed over and whether or not that's the most efficient, effective way to do it? And I suppose I should probably call you guys in order, or you've been talking all over one another. So I think Ms. Prather, if you want to go first, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Congressman. I think you bring up some very good points. And you're right, the RDOF auction has done a lot of good, but also does cause a lot of concern. You're right in that we need to do everything we can to get the money out the door so it can be put to use. One of the concerns I think we have is that if you want accountability, you've got to have some sort of verification. I think we need more verification on the front end that what providers are promising to do, we think they can actually do. And then we also do that verification on the back end to ensure that what we have put out there to be done is actually getting done.
Do you have any concerns, ma'am, about, I mean, I'll be honest, I don't believe we can spend $100 billion on broadband in the short term without a degree of waste, fraud, abuse, and inefficiency that I don't know that Congress has the appetite for. Am I wrong about that?
No, I completely agree with you. I think not knowing where money is going and sending so much of it out at once will cause duplication. I also think that a timeline issue is going to be that supply chain, that if we can't get the fiber and the electronics in to do it, or the radio equipment, whatever it is, all of it is in a crunch right now. And if we can't get it, we won't be able to deploy it.
Yeah, very good. Just going down the witness list, then Mr. Johnson, your thoughts.
I agree with much of what Mrs. Prather said. There are definitely supply chain issues with your follow-up question that could affect everything. But I do know that many of us have pre-ordered. Regarding like RDOF, we have already ordered a lot of our and have our equipment available and ready to go. And that's really why we ask for faster application processes, faster programming, review, vetting of bidders, and then let's say, for instance, RDOF. Although we were awarded RDOF money and we knew we won our bids back in November, we still don't have $1. So we need those things to move on.
Yeah, well said, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Robinson.
Thank you for the question. So in terms of how you structured the actual programs from a funding perspective, I think it's important, if you want to talk about being cost effective, that you use a toolkit approach. And we've seen that done, to your remarks and based on your own experience, in the FCC's work as part of the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, but also the Connected America Fund 2 auction. So that's important. Using the right tool for the right use case will be critical, because we're talking about finite dollars. We've seen figures thrown out there, but we don't even know if that actually reflects the real scope of the problem. So being laser focused on being cost effective in terms of the funding that's going out, and prioritizing speed for deployment will be key. I would also say, to your second point about concerns about the amount of dollars, the sheer amount of dollars that are going out, it's important to these programs in a way where you're ensuring accountability. And not just on the audit side, but on the application side, which has been raised by other panelists. And so I think if you're able to kind of bring those two things together, those various factors together, that there's a way to do it. But we do need to be mindful that the dollars are not infinite, they're finite. And so we need to be precise as to meeting the need, prioritizing unserved areas first in terms of where funding is going.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence. And Dr. Park, if you have comments to add, please submit them for the panel in writing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. I understand Mr. Cloud is here from Texas. If so, you're recognized.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this hearing. I appreciate this topic, and one that we can find broad bipartisan support on in general. Of course, the Constitution provides for us as the federal branch of the legislature to make investments in infrastructure. So this is critically important to what's going on, especially in these areas where the initial investment is just going to be prohibitive when it comes to the free market to make that initial investment. I do think it's important, as has been talked about quite a bit, that we talk about the discussion of defining what it means to be rural broadband. Too often we have the Reconnect program where 10.1 is still considered broadband. I don't know anyone who would consider that as broadband. Of course, we talked about going 25.3, and it makes a big difference because when it comes to grant programs here, I'll show you, this is basically where I live. The blue is what's considered broadband according to 25.3, but most people wouldn't consider that broadband. Their experience at 25.3 is that, you know, if you have a student who's doing distance learning and someone running a business from home and maybe your ag worker's trying to upload data or whatever, that you're gonna, or if you have a neighbor who's streaming Netflix, it's gonna put a weight on what's going on. And so this is the difference it makes when you consider what most people would consider broadband today. It's quite a difference, and I think it's also important to note that when we're talking about 25.3 or 110, that's really kind of the aspirational benchmark in a sense. That's what people are getting on a good day when the bandwidth is there, and often the daily experience is not that. And as was mentioned, because of the the lack of accountability often in providing service to meet those. And I know we've indeed had major issues with that with our lone provider of broadband in our community. They've become renowned in our community for poor service and poor customer service and very inconsistent technical service. I'm wondering how we can better prioritize the economic sustainability of this has been mentioned. Of course, coming up with a business model that works. Once we make that initial investment, anything we can do to turn this over to the business sector ensures sustainability. If they're able to have a business model that makes it work, that's better. As we all know, we're $28 trillion in debt. Our interest spending is about to outpace our military spending, so our discretionary spending is getting smaller and smaller as each day passes. So for us to make that initial infrastructure investment, but then there's been talk about turning this into a program that would continue to be a burden on the federal government. I'm not sure if that's going to be sustainable nearly as well as the private sector would be if we're able to produce some sort of sustainable business model. So I'm wondering what ideas that you all have toward that. I know there's a number of technologies that have been discussed when it comes to satellite, when it comes to aerostat balloons, when it comes to, of course, the gold standard of us having fiber optic cable. But could you speak to the technologies that are available and what we can do to empower a sustainable profit motive in the industry? And maybe we start with Ms. Bradford.
Sure. Thank you, Congressman. I think you make a good point. And what we're dealing with here are rural areas that do not have enough density of population, regardless of the technology used to sustain that business case. That's where programs that have proven successes like the Universal Service Fund come into play. That is a self-funded program. And yes, it does need tweaks, but that helps provide that business case to be there, regardless of technology, to maintain that network over the life of the asset.
Mr. Park, I believe you spoke to different technologies that are available. Could you enlighten us as maybe some other options that are coming online? What should be in that mix as we're weighing the landscape?
Yes, so we talk about aerostat, but it is one technology out of a lot of emerging innovative technologies coming in the pipeline, each of which have a different strengths and weaknesses, but one that is going to prove out in the marketplace is the one that is sustainable economically. So I agree that we need to search for a technology that is incentivizing private sectors that allows the rural region residents as well as the precision ag applications to be there, so that those incentives are aligned to really make this business model possible.
Thank you very much. I wish I had time to get around to everybody, but Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity. Thanks so much for having this hearing.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. What a hearing. Thank you. I think we have reached all members. Is there anyone else before we move? All right. I can't thank you enough. I have so much to say, but what I want to do is I want my ranking member to give his concluding remarks, and what a hearing. Ranking member, I know you agree.
I agree, Chairman. I want to thank you for convening this hearing. It could not have come at a better time. I thought our witnesses were outstanding, and quite frankly, I think our members were asking insightful questions.
Yes, they were.
And before I go too much further, I want to thank all of our staff for the preparation, working to help us prepare for this hearing. They've done a great job. And what we heard from our witnesses today is that the need across rural America is great. We also heard about ways we can simplify complex programs to improve access and participation by those providers and communities who are desperately trying to reach. Today's panel has left me with a lot of good ideas for improving access to the assistance USDA provides, and I hope we're able to work on those together. You know, as this debate on an infrastructure package heats up, there's going to be a lot of debate around these halls about what's in and what's out, which policies will save the world and which ones will ruin America. Just this morning, I was reading an article about the, quote, war over how to fix the internet that talked about the lobbying and the jockeying that's starting to happen here in Washington. Unfortunately, this discussion is happening light years away from the people that we're actually trying to help, the men and women in rural communities across our districts. Truth is, we can't effectively make those choices here. I want us to put the tools in the hands of people like Mr. Johnson, Ms. Prather, Ms. Robinson, and Dr. Park, who are living and working in rural communities, who are shaking hands with the people they serve every day. They're the ones who know best about what their communities need today, tomorrow, and 10 years from now. I think the USDA has the right framework. We built broadband programs during the last Farm Bill which promote fast, future-proof networks that will stand the test of time, but still recognize that every community has unique geography and diverse needs. And that's why I'm pushing so hard for them to be funded. I believe that our work will meet the moment. Mr. Chairman, as I said in my opening, you've been a man true to your word, and I believe you called yourself the broadband chairman. And I look forward to working with you as the broadband ranking member on the committee that perhaps we should rename the Rural Broadband Committee. Yeah. And I look forward to working with you and all of our colleagues in the coming weeks and months to meet these challenges. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member. And first of all, Ms. Jennifer Prather, Mr. Tim Johnson, Ms. Vicki Robinson, and Dr. Johnny Park. Thank you, thank you, thank you, for you all have really opened our eyes to much of what we were only dimly aware of what we must do, but we must do it. And I want to thank my ranking member. I want to thank our Republican members, our Democratic members for their attentiveness for now over a 4-hour hearing. And you all can see the enthusiasm that our House Agriculture Committee has for this. And we are doing a fantastic and marvelous job thanks to a great, marvelous staff. And Ranking Member, can you and I and members who are left give our staff a resounding round of applause for bringing these witnesses to us? Now, let me just say at the outset, folks, we've got to move on this. We've got 24 million of our people not connected to the internet, which means in the rural area, we have our farmers not connected to the internet. That's got to change. Let me tell you, I was just on a phone call last week with our friends overseas in the European Union, and they're moving ahead. They are looking at how we are lagging behind. And not only that, I've done research. China is moving at a more rapid pace than we are in terms of internet connection. And let me tell you something. China is after us. There is no mistake about it. China wants to take our place as having the foremost leading agriculture industry in the world. We cannot let that happen. But the key to it, if we do not connect our farmers with access to internet, they're not going to be able to compete. These are not just any 24 million people. They are our farmers, the heart and soul of our agriculture industry. We will not be able to solve climate change. We will not be, our food insecurity will be heightened. The quality of life in our rural communities will continue to go downward. Now, we must get together, and this is why I appreciate my ranking member, because we know that we have got to put together a piece of legislation that addresses everything that we have heard. There's nobody in Congress better suited right now to provide this. With all due respect to our president, to the infrastructure bill, that is wonderful. But that bipartisanship is vital. We've got that here. And that's why this has been important for us to lay the foundation. We've heard from you on the level of money it's going to take. I think we should put that deadline there to say that we can do this by the end of the year, and put it out there so the American people can see. I don't know what's going to happen with the president's infrastructure bill, but I do know this: if we do not move ahead right now and put together this plan, bring the money in. We brought the experts in to tell us what to do and what it's going to cost. We have monies already out there that we can consolidate, I believe. For example, President Trump has put out a $6 billion for the FCC. Where is that? We have money going through the various pockets of the appropriation process. All I'm saying, folks, is that we have got to understand the critical nature that our nation is in, with our situation where our rural communities are not connected to the internet. And we are deciding right here today to be the answer for that. And I want to thank everyone for coming and giving. The questions that our members asked were so on time, so everybody can see this House Agriculture Committee is totally committed to doing everything we can to make sure that these 24 million people in our rural areas are connected. And my own personal goal is, I believe we can do this by the end of this year. It gives us 8 months, but we can do it. Believe you me. With that, I will end my remarks with a great thank you and God bless you, and we're going onward and forward. And I believe I have some things to say to end. Is that correct? All right. Under the rules of the committee, the record of today's hearing will remain open for 10 calendar days to receive additional material and supplementary written responses from the witnesses to any questions posed by a member. This hearing of the Committee on Agriculture is adjourned. Thank you. Good job, Chairman. Yes, sir. Good job, Ranking Member.